私に報告か？聞こう。
Is that a dude or a chick? Does it really matter? It's 2025, Spirit. At this point, does it still matter? Hey, what's up, Unib? How's it going, man? Whether it looks okay in 2025 on Earth, like the Earth you and I are on. If someone looks like, right, like if someone looks like they're female, does that really tell us that they're really female? Does that mean they are female? If someone looks like a dude, does that mean they really are a dude? Like, come on. Yes, it matters. Need to know. Need to know if they have a hole or a pole. Oh God. Yeah, but like, look at Venti. Right? Look at Venti. Do we even know what he is? Or she, it, whatever. They, them. Hey, what's up, Ali? How's it going, man? It's Monday. And you all know what time Monday is. It's that time of the week. The time of the week where I start complaining about this stupid weekly boss again. It did 600k, but why did it feel like it did less than that? Come on. Oh, dude. Okay. Hit him. There you go. Can you just please give me a boss that I can actually fight with, because they're actually in a place that I can hit. Thank you. Venti's an it. Just a wind spirit, I think. Quit Genshin, now I'm at peace. Hey, oh, by the way, hey Spirit. How long you been out, man? How long you been out? Alright, so just for you, I analyzed the attack patterns of this boss. Oh, really? I think my problem really is just that it's easy enough that I don't want to put the effort into actually learning its attack patterns. But it's just hard enough that I can't just completely turn my brain off on it. And when I do, it gets annoying. Right, I think that's the problem with this boss. There are only 3 attacks you need to worry about. First smashes 2 swords on the ground at the same time. Second, when he swings his 2 swords simultaneously. From what I understand, I think you can actually iframe all of his attacks, right? Well, obviously, except for like the one where like I don't know what triggers the one hit thing. There's like a one hit ability where like it's at least it seems like you have to screw up a lot for him to get to that point where he does that attack. You know, the only question I have really for that boss is like, how do I keep him from how do I keep him from entering into abyssal shield mode? That's really all I care about. Just so I don't and oh, the one where he hides, like your surroundings get dark. Your surroundings get dark, and then like you have to kill 3 things that have like abyssal shields on them. Yeah, that's really all I care about. Is like, how do I get that boss to not do that? Make sure to break your shields in the Shadow Realm. Okay, so I guess Shadow Realm is when the thing goes dark, right? So when he attacks, he puts black stuff on the ground. Doesn't deal much damage, but it suddenly deals like half your HP. From what I understand, that seems to be like there's like a status effect. Like if you get hit by a certain attack, it seems to put like some kind of status effect on you. Well, not just like the character on the field, but like your whole team. Oh, nice. Good. Alright, all that's left now is just to wait for this guy to come down. And talk to Bennett, catch those particles, get his energy back, so that I don't have to go no energy next time I need to use Bennett. Also, I'm pretty sure it's not half HP. Pretty sure it just deals like a pretty big chunk of damage. Because the only, no, not, about half the time, whatever the status effect is that he puts on the whole team, it seems to kill non-HP scaling characters. Like, not all the time. Like, only if they're not at full HP. Like, if they're anywhere below 3/4 HP, they just die. But it hardly ever seems to kill HP scaling characters like Nibila and Farina. Abyssal Shield are timed, and the meteor from the sky only occurs once per fight. Oh, hey, what's up, Mr. J? Yeah, and that's really all I care about is like, how do I keep the boss from shielding up, right? Because there's like a random moment where like, and I don't seem to know what triggers it where he shields up, and I don't want him to shield up because I don't really have like good abyssal shield breaking characters. And the other attack where he makes it dark, that's all I care about is like, how do I avoid those things? Is it just random? If so, then like, okay, I guess my hate for that weekly boss is founded. Founded well. Oh, hang on. Oh no, yeah. Alright. Get our teapot stuff. Alright. Went someone Sorry, went someone. I'm away. Sorry, went someone. I'm away from Genshin. Oh. For 5 to 6 months? Oh, okay. Hey, so how's life been on the outside, Spirit? Open was to equip Yoimiya. To equip Yoimiya, then delete from phone. I had it installed. My phone for a while wasn't playing. Sorry, your wording is really confusing, Spirit. Sorry, went someone. I'm away. Okay, I get I'm away for Genshin for I don't know 5 to 6 months, but sorry, went someone. I'm away. I went away. Someone went away. Who went away? I did notice that but it took 50% HP to both Nivelet and Xilonen. Oh, really? So it is 50, HP percent then. Ali, I don't think we really need to be like to have like a meeting just to discuss how that boss works. Like we live in 2025 where YouTube and the internet exists. So I'm pretty sure this is just one quick Google search or YouTube search on YouTube search away from just knowing exactly what he does. It's just that I'm too lazy to do it. But hey, I appreciate it though. Actually looking into this. Oops. My will to live went after hearing RJ struggle with basic sentence. Shake my head. Dude, just read it. Read it. Open once to equip Yoimiya. What do you mean equip Yoimiya? Like put equipment on Yoimiya? Equip her on like what? Like swap to Yoimiya? What does that mean? Then delete from phone. Okay, delete Genshin. I'm assuming. Cause had it installed in my phone, had it installed in my phone for a while, and wasn't playing. Okay, there you go. All right, finally it made sense. Jeez. Equipped Yoimiya. So like, is the wording, man? Is the wording how like? Okay, play around with Yoimiya. That makes sense to me. But equipped someone. Right, like you don't equip someone. You know, like if you find an attractive female, you go out with them. You don't equip them, right? They needed Genshin because it was taking up space. Thanks for dumbing that down, Mr. J. Allow me to correct. I opened the game, select Yoimiya as an active party character. Okay. Alright. Play it around with Yoimiya. There you go. I installed Genshin from the phone. Alright. All you need is a typo or something and y'all go full on Psyduck. Sorry. From what I remember, Psyduck's a Pokemon, right? I don't think I've played Pokemon enough to know whether or not this is a reference to something. Because I just know what Psyduck looks like. But I don't know anything about him. Oh, okay. I might as well get rid of this quest. I think this quest has been here for quite some time now. I just haven't wanted to bother with anything for a while. New event was fun. Managed to get 10k. New event? This thing? Nope. This one? I haven't touched it at all, honestly. Oh. Oh, okay. I thought I was going the wrong way. Ow. I thought my camera was getting closer to me. Okay, there you go. I just don't want to bother bursting on anyone. Okay. Oh god, come on. There you go. My recommendation would be to... Oh, well, you guys are here. Alright, I guess I have no choice, huh? But to actually burst. Between Pyro and Electro characters, the Animo one is trash, even though it's the main focus. What's that? RJ skipped another cultural phenomenon because it wasn't trash enough? Wowee, what a surprise. I wish I'd gotten Wolves Gravestone instead of Dia. I mean, like, at this point, yeah, to this day, I still don't have Gravestone on my third account. I have 2 Gravestones on my second account that no one is using. And yet, I have Eula on my second account, on my third account. You know, obviously, I'm not gonna use Eula. She's like, it's Eula. So, yet. Uh-oh. Okay, that was close. But still, like, when I was actually able to still use her, right, 3-4 years ago, would have been, sure, would have been nice to actually get Gravestone. But nope. Game said, oh, you got a character that actually might benefit from having Gravestone on this account? Oh, no, you're not getting the weapon that you actually want. Oh, what's that? You don't have any 5-star Claymore characters that are actually worth using? Oh, here you go. Have a Gravestone. No, on second thought, have 2. Psyduck's thing is being confused and startled all the time. Oh, I see. Google it. It's kind of cute. Yeah, I know what Psyduck looks like, but that's all I know about Psyduck, really. Farming for Iansan? Yeah. I still have to wait a couple of days for the local specialty thing to respawn, though. Oops. I wonder what it is about, what's her name? So, for some reason, like, I just cannot remember on Arlecchino. Like, if, okay, so you press E, right? Like, to enable to mark enemies, and then you let it cook, and then you charge the attack to, you do a charge attack to, what? You do a charged attack. Jeez, there you go. You do a charged attack to what, like, absorb it, and like, you know, get your infusion, right? But for some reason, when even after I've already done it, like if I somehow mess up my rotation, like I realize like, oh, I didn't use Bennett Burst yet. Okay, well, let me just quickly swap to Bennett Burst. When I swap back into Arlecchino, I can never remember that to just, I don't know, like my brain just won't remember that I've already done a charged attack and I don't need to do one anymore. I will, like, when I swap into Arlecchino and then like it's time for me to like get started going ham on Arlecchino, for some reason my brain will still like, okay, do a charge attack. Oh, hey, what's up, Blue App? How's it going, man? We're not bullying the duck. We're bullying the old man. Also, like, when did talking about something ever count as bullying? Good point, Ali. That's just mean. Comparing Gramos to Psyduck might offend Psyduck. Okay. What do you mean? What happened? Oh, why I'm not doing anything? Oh, it's sorry. It's midnight, so I'm doing the whole like time sensitive mobile game thing. It's like it's nothing. It's like a mini game. No, not mini game. I don't even know what to call this game. It's not. It's sure it's a game and it's on a mobile device, but it's sort of like it's like a game that is in an e-commerce app, and like uh, playing this game can potentially get you free stuff from said e-commerce site, like website, not website, service, platform, whatever. TLDR, too long, don't read. He's busy getting scammed. This boss design concept is pretty good. I just wish they didn't put it in the base. Are you talking about the? What do you mean by design concept? It's aesthetic design or it's combat mechanics? Because anything with an abyssal shield, I would consider to be an abomination and should just it deserves to rot in hell. Like anything in this game that has an abyssal shield is an abomination to is an abomination and deserves to rot in hell forever. Both. Aesthetically, though, I have to say, it does look really cool. It looks pretty cool that it looks like a tree, right? But it's like made up of energy and stuff. So it's like a tree made of energy from the surrounding area or whatever. I think that makes it look pretty cool. Mr. Day, what do we do now? I don't know, just chat. It's just gonna take a few minutes. Uh, so okay. Anyway, while I'm not doing anything in the game, I might as well address the thumbnail and title of the stream. So usually, before I start streaming, I look up. I go ahead and go to like Genshin's like their official like Genshin news website, and I look for like any announcements they have over there. Sometimes I also go on their official Twitter page um, to look for like I don't know, like anything really, anything that's worth anything that anything that they have attached an image to, an image that looks like it's a pretty clickable, that could be used as a pretty clickable thumbnail. uh, and if said image has like information to go along with it, or like I could come up with something, I could come up with a way to like for it to be either like some kind of like for example this one, right, and a picture of Dahlia, a picture of Dahlia and a picture of Dahlia and Hoyo announcing his or her VA, right? And if I look at that picture, I'll take a couple of minutes and think of like, okay, what kind of thoughts would people have about this picture, right, in relation to the game, like whether it be like combat wise or lore wise, anything that I think some like at least one type of demographic of Genshin player would be interested in. And so anyway, long story short, I went to Hoyo's site and found that they announced Dahlia's VA. So I got this picture. And what came to my mind is they just haven't stopped with power creep the last like the last several characters, like the last new several characters we've gotten have ranged anywhere from like, oh my god, this is amazing, this is the new strongest character slash team in the entire game now, to like, wow, this is not bad, and then like once testing actually happens, like, wow, this is now the strongest electro DPS in the game, and it's not even close. And now new and upcoming character Escoffier gonna supposedly bring cryo back into the meta, right? So like it seems like we have, well, okay, technically there was the Animo 5-star, but then like that's a standard 5-star, so that doesn't count. So like, will they continue this streak of just every new 5-star character will be either just as strong or just barely stronger than the last new character who was stronger than anyone else before that, or either that or just gonna completely break the game's balance, right? Like if they're gonna continue this streak, then how strong will Dahlia be? Is my question, and that's why, hence the thumbnail and title of the stream. At this point, like every new character we've gotten in the last little bit has been just power creep after power creep after power creep. I wouldn't mind getting a meh 5-star character. Just give me a chance to, go through a banner cycle or a patch cycle, or where I just don't feel like, oh my god, I have to pull for this character. At work Saturday and Sunday, so I can't miss the new update in Wuwa later. What? You can do that? You can do that, love? You can just change your schedule willy-nilly?
子供たちは今頃どうしているだろうか。まあ、好きにすればいい。
Not every time. Oh, I see. Okay. This Dahlia will be another character will be focused on electrocharged and be not so good. Is that just a guess, or is that a guess, based on stuff you've heard?
そのように私の瞳をじっと見つめるのはやめた方がいい。何を見てしまうとも限らないからね。
Oh, darn it. Most of the time, when I use my phone, it's very seldomly bothers me how slow this phone is. But there really are just times where it just feels so awful. Like it just feels like so much time is being wasted because of how slow it is. Although it doesn't always happen, But it does happen to me occasionally. Hey, what's up, Ryan? How's it going, man? Just realizing something. What is it? I finally killed that dog because it's been midnight and I don't hear that. No, it doesn't make noise every midnight. Honestly, I don't know what it barks at midnight. Like, there's no reason for it to be barking. Like, most of the time, it barks a lot when there's someone out in the garage, right? Because like its barking is like, look at me. Hey, come here, play with me. Human, you're here. I can see you. Come on, look at me. Right? It's like it's barking because of like it's doing that. But like at midnight, there's no one there. So honestly, I got no idea why the heck it's barking in the midnight.
私に報告か？聞こう。
Are they pwned? You mean pwned? PWNED. Pawned like what? I pawned them at a pawn shop. Oh hey, I wouldn't mind doing that though. I wouldn't mind making some money and getting rid of a problem. How's the saying go again? You hit two stones with one bird? Yeah, close enough. Just a random guess. Ah, I see, I see.
子供たちは今頃どうしているだろうか。ま、
Been barking every time I was in chat. Oh yeah, yep, yep. Midnight every time. It hasn't been barking at midnight, pretty consistently in the last little bit. Okay, this is finally... After this will be the last run. And then I'll have enough stuff to max out Iansan. And then after that, my resin will be going towards farming for... Well, what's her name? Who's the Animo Shielder? Lanyan. Pretty sure they're just street dogs. No, no, they're not street dogs. They're my stupid neighbor's dogs. Retarded folks they are. Don't seem to realize that not everyone likes the sound of 56 barking dogs up in my face all day in, day out. How long? 8 days. Oh, you know what? We're about to go into a version update. So I'm gonna keep this for next week. Alright. For the second account. He's mentioned the neighbor's dog before. Yep. Yes, he just signed away his house. Like I have... Okay, hey, joke's on you. This isn't even my house. So if I sign it away, I'll just be getting money for free. Assuming I do actually get money. Okay, what am I doing? I'm gotta do a boss fight here. If I sign away a house, this house, all that'll happen is I'll get money for it. A house that I didn't have to pay to build. And that's a win in my book. Okay, pretty sure this is done. Joke's on you, that's called fraud. Ha! Joke's on you, that's called... If you can catch me, it's fraud. If I get caught, it's fraud. Hey, what's up, Azzy? How's it going, man? Pulling for Navia. Oh, really? Is that gonna be your first Navia, Azzy? I had a neighbor whose dog would growl at me all the time and try to nip at my feet. Oh, dude. Okay. I have this... I don't know what's gotten into me. Like since the last... I don't know, like, since I got old. Right? I've just been this grumpy old man. And, like... Every time, like I show no intention at all, right? Like, because like dogs are very oh, come on, there you go. Screw you. Jeez, I just hate this boss so much. I don't even care if I don't have a skill right away. As long as I knock this stupid boy down. Joke's on you, RJ couldn't find a good sentence. RJ thinks he's Roadrunner. Meep meep. Mr. J, you should have followed that up with joke's on him, he's actually Wile E. Coyote. the fraud that he's committing is an acne's like stuff on your face. Acme bomb that's gonna blow up in his face. Hey, what's up, Bozan? How's it going, man?
私と打ち合う気か。この燃え上がる炎で。闇来たる破滅の時がカウントダウン開始だ。
I'm alright. I'm alright. I am getting annoyed that like there seems to be 1 or 2 mosquitoes just hovering around my legs right now. Like no, for the last like 20 minutes. And because like I just haven't been able to. I just haven't gotten up to just switch to change into some pants. They're just there and just been so annoying. So many people showing up today. I mean, you know, it's the end of a patch, and like it's been I don't know, like the last couple of streams have been quite a lot livelier than usual. Keep moving those legs. That's, well, you know, okay. Well, this is hard to explain, but I'm gonna do my best to to explain it as well as I can, so that you guys can visualize how I look when I stream. At least most of the time when I stream. So, my chair, I've shown pictures of what my chair looks like on stream multiple times before, and for the sake of visualization, I'm gonna go look it up. Hang on, and I'm gonna show it again on the stream. If I could just okay, there. Okay, so let's see if I could find a picture of this thing. Okay. I never know what keywords to use to look up exactly what my chair looks like. Okay, well, might as well show this while I'm looking it up. Oh, there it is, there it is. Well, can we actually have a picture of it that's an actual picture? Okay. Page doesn't exist. What the heck? Okay. I mean, alright, I guess I get to keep scrolling down, I guess. Boy. Okay. I don't remember what keywords I often used to use to look it up. No, it's not in there. No. Jeez, I can't find it. Filipino gamer chair. If you think the chair is bad, wait till you find about his phone case. Dude, you don't even know the half of it, man. The phone case, yes. The chair is actually not bad, right? The chair is actually not bad. It's just that it's not the chair that you typically see, like, whoa, person streaming on the internet, like, not, is in a gaming chair, right? It's not the typical, like, gaming, like, stupid, useless gaming chairs. Gaming chairs are a scam, by the way. Never, I'm not telling you what to do with your money. Not telling you how to, how to go through about life. But just, like, do not ever buy a gaming chair. You are way better off just buying, like, outright buying an office chair, right? It doesn't have to be like some expensive ergonomic office chair. Just do not buy a gaming chair. Gaming chairs are a scam. I know about the phone case. So, okay, I haven't I haven't even told you guys about my table. Okay? I haven't I haven't told you guys about my table yet. Oh jeez. Okay, that's going to be for later. If I could just find a stupid picture of this chair. By the way, this chair is like like there's nothing stupid about this chair. It's great, dude. You guys know how long this chair has been with me? I've had this chair. This chair, I've been gaming with this chair, not just this kind of chair, but like literally this chair that I'm sitting in right now since I was in fourth grade. Yeah, like since I was in fourth grade when I got my computer, my very first computer in fourth grade. I've had this same exact chair. I don't know if it was this one specifically because we had 6 of this, and my parents had 6 of this, and I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I have 3 of the 6 that we had. 2 of them are out near the stairs, and there's this one that I'm using here. And I don't know which one of the 6 I personally I used myself. I'm pretty sure it's not this one. What the hell? Old RJ's chair's older than his kids, and like it shows 0 signs of like being old. It still feels as sturdy as the day we got it. It really does. Gotta look at how it's advertised. My chair has typical gamery shape, but was marketed as such, and it's the comfiest thing ever. Well, most of the time, quote unquote, gaming chairs are like have a leather finish to them, or whether it's real leather or whatever. Like I'm gonna call it, gaming leather. I'm gonna call it gaming leather. If it's real leather, hey, great. But if it's not, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna call it gaming leather. And I think so. Leather chairs have their place, right? Like if you live in somewhere cold, I think that's a fine place to have a leather seat in, a seat that you would sit down, sit your butt down for hours on end. But like in tropical weather, no, leather has no place in tropical weather. Unless like maybe no, you know what? Even if your room is fully air conditioned all day long, 24/7, in tropical weather, I still wouldn't ever consider a leather chair. That chair can survive a Cat 5 typhoon. Dude, like I've seen a lot of this specific chair. You know what? Hang on. I'm finally gonna get up because like this mosquito is just come on. This mosquito is just Oh man, this mosquito is just annoying. And like while I'm gonna get up, I might as well like look at the back of it to see like the brand and like if there's like some kind of model number on it. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back. All right, so I finally looked it up. Looked at it. So apparently it's from this brand. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, hopefully this is a nice big picture. There you go. That's literally it. Yep. Got that chair here also. Yeah, it's like it's a really good chair, man. It's a really good chair, and like I don't know if this company is still around. If they are, then hey, good on them. If they're not, then like I honestly I feel like they deserve to still be in operation for like from I don't know like what other products they make, right? But as for like the one experience I have of this company's products, like dude, this chair's been here for like what 21 at least 21 years now, and like none of the six that we've had have ever like have broken. They're all still as sturdy as the day that we used them, like the day that we got them. Nah, I'm almost obviously 11. Mr. J uploaded a YouTube video the day he was born. Mr. J, sorry, Bozan, dude, I'm sorry, man. Uh, I know you're on the young, on a bit on the young side, but I would recommend being a bit careful about believing whatever Mr. J says, because like he's not a liar, right? He's not a liar, but there's a lot of sarcasm in there, you know. So just keep an eye out for the sarcasm. What's up, wrong person? How's it going, man? So okay, yeah, all right. So just to visualize what I look like when I'm sitting down on this chair. He's not a liar. He's just not telling the truth. Dude, that is not what I said, okay? It's not what I said. How to get born tutorial. How to get out on your own tutorial. Nice cop out. You should go into politics. Would that chair even still stand? What do you mean? I feel like they also put with sticker. I think no. I think all of ours have lost the sticker. But I do remember all of them having this sticker. Oh wait. Maybe it's in the back? I'm not sure. But I this sticker looks eerily familiar, and I'm pretty sure I've seen it on these chairs before. I'm just not sure if they were on the front or if they were in the back. That chair can still stand even on 3 legs, dude. Yeah, like these chairs are like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's hard plastic, right? It's like it is hard plastic, but like if you buy like genuine Legos, you know, like actual Lego branded Lego, like, and it's not like made in China Lego, right? Like it's actually made somewhere with decent manufacturing. So you like when you touch it, you'll know, like you'll just feel the quality of it, right? And like the plastic that this thing is made of is like, it doesn't feel as high quality as like actual like Lego branded Lego. But it's like it's really sturdy and flexible at the same time. You said you sitting in that chair. Heading out already, wrong person? All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. Take care. Take care. But yeah, okay. So, so you guys can visualize what I look like. What I look like when I sit on this chair. So, for scale, okay. I don't know. Is this gonna? If I do this, is this gonna come across? No. Okay, so I'm drawing on it. I like my screenshot thing, like tool that I use. Okay, no. I guess it doesn't come across the stream. Okay. So essentially, so obviously oh, you know what? Hang on. Just put it in paint. Let's put it in paint. Can I just drag and drop this thing? Nope, can't. Okay. What's your height, RJ? Honestly, I'm not sure. The last time Dude, when did I... when was the last time that I had my height even measured? Uh... College, I think? Oh, no. I think a little bit after college. Yeah, a little bit after college. It was probably like when I was having a medical... Yeah, a medical exam for a job. Because like when you work, when you apply for a job at a call center, like in in the Philippines, like most of the time, like they have like really good insurance, right? So like you're not even hired yet. Well, like technically you're hired already, but like you haven't even like started working there. Like they like once they hire you, like you just like they just give you like a piece of paper, and then they tell you, okay, go to this clinic, and then tell them, and then like give them this sheet of paper, and then like that's it, like free complete medical. Well, yeah, a little bit after college, and from what I remember, I think I was like 5'6". Yeah, I think somewhere around there. 5'6", 5'7". Now we will see RJ drawing skills. Dude, Ali, you're not on our Discord server, right? Are you? If you are, then like you've already seen it. Well, I'd be disappointed if you haven't seen it because I put up one of my works on our Discord server. Not even gonna bother asking him about the last time he measured something. Well, how do you know I'm not gonna lie? So your legs touch the ground. They do, of course. Dude, I'm a grown man, dude. How would my legs not touch the ground? That's so funny. Oh, right as I say that, I immediately remembered this one colleague of mine. Like one of my teammates from my very first job ever was like, dude, she was 24. I was 18 and she was 24 years old and she was tiny. She was like as she was like only up to my neck. She was like 24, 25 years old and she said she had a kid already. She had one kid. And she was so like just tiny. She was only up to my neck. Imagine RJ swinging his legs around like a little kid. You know, I can actually hang my legs up if I sit like all the way back. And when I say all the way back, I mean like my butt is like lifted a little bit like over like in the back over here. Okay. This thing there. Right? Like if I sit all the way back and like my butt is like a little bit lifted like on the thing here in the back, then like I can actually swing just one of my legs. I can't do it with both. Who's fun-sized Mamu? My teammate from my very first job ever. I have my classmates who are 4'9". She's 4'9". Well, you are on the young side though, so I imagine like you're somewhere in high school, Bozan. So like if that's right, then like that sounds about. Well, I don't know about normal, but you know, possible, within the realm of possibility. Anyway, so yeah, I'm a big-ish dude for a Filipino. Definitely not American size though. But if I sit down like on this chair, like you know, like a normal person would, then my legs would be like a little bit squished over here on the side, and then like here, like something like that, like a little bit squished on both sides, and then it would cover like this, like these were my legs would cover like this area, this much, and so you know, obviously, that would mean the nether regions would be a little bit how should I say it? Steamy. in tropical in tropical weather, yeah, the nether regions would be a little steamy, you know. So 22. Oh geez. Okay, 4'9" at 22. Okay, that's yikes. For a girl, I think that's completely fine. But if your classmate, if your 4'9" classmate's a dude, then like man, I feel so sorry for him, and I wish that life would have dealt him better cards in life. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, right. Like obviously, like my legs are pretty tight together. Swamp sausage. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So anyway, what I do most of the time is I put my leg through here. I put my leg through here, so my leg is literally like this, and then my other leg is like here. Oops. No. There you go. So literally locked in. Yeah, so Luap, earlier when you said just keep moving your legs, this is what I got. This is what I have to work with. Yeah, this is what I have to work with. So to some degree, I can move my legs, but only from the knee down. Oh, what's that anime? Where? Oh, dude. Shoot. That anime where like a guy and a girl pilot a robot together, and there's this like one of the MCs is like this girl with pink hair and horns. What's the name of that anime? What if you suddenly stand? Okay, dude. The funny thing is, when I stand up, I I have to tilt. I have to move 02. Wait, I don't think 02 is the name of the anime, but 02 was I think the name of the girl, right? Uh Anyway, so yeah, when I stand up, when I need to get out of my chair, I have to move the chair backwards a little bit and I have to tilt it forward. And no, sorry. I have to tilt it sideward a little bit. So like it's really not the most intuitive way of getting in and out of my seat. So 02. Okay, let me look that up. So which anime is 02 from? 02. Darling in the Franxx. There you go. Darling in the Franxx. So it's like yeah, I feel a little bit like the pilots of the mech in Darling in the Franxx. Like every time I lock into my seat. I just feel like okay, like I feel like I'm getting into my mech suit. Darling in the Franxx. Yeah, yeah. If I do that sit stance and get leg cramps, I'm so dead. I occasionally do that. Like I put my leg up like this. My leg is just barely like so. This would be my knee. No, my knee would be a little bit outside, and then like I would have to bend my leg inwards a little bit, and then like my foot would be like this. No, hang on, a little bit outside, and then my foot would be like this, like just barely able to fit. Sometimes, but a little bit too long, and yeah, my leg goes numb. A little bit too long doing this, my leg goes numb. Dude, Ali, I don't even know if I can do that, man. I think I might have, you know, now that you mentioned that, I think I might have tried that when I was in high school, but I can't say for sure if I really did try it. But it sounds really familiar. I feel like I might have tried it when I was in high school, but like, there's no way to get in or like, there's no like if I'm somehow able to get into that weird position, uh, like I don't know how I'm gonna get out, man. RJ viewers increased while your chair's on the screen. They're probably really confused. Like, what the heck is this? This guy has Dahlia as a thumbnail, right? And like the title of the stream is talking about Dahlia, and then like I open the stream and like, what the heck? Why the heck am I staring at a chair? Is this some poor guy who is a victim of that? Evicting of what? What you just said, like they tried to put both their legs, like one leg through here and the other leg here, and then just fell over. Probably, it's probably happened. This kind of chair is pretty common, so I'm willing to bet somebody's done that before and just fallen on their face. Okay. All right. So now that we're on this topic, I feel like now would be a really good time to share with you guys, to talk to you guys about my table. Okay, so let me switch this over. Nope, not that one. Okay. Wooden foldable table. Oops. Okay, how about we add Philippines in there? Yeah, I feel like this would be the best one. All right, so let's see. Can we find one that looks exactly like what my table looks like? Oh, here's one. Okay, so definitely a different color. And how about this one? Would this be a better? These are both tiny. Okay, let me see if I can find a slightly bigger picture. Okay, well, how about... Oh, wait. Okay, now that's a little too big. How about... Okay, that seems reasonable. Well, how about one that's actually propped up? Okay, this is literally it. But I would prefer a picture where it's actually standing up. Oh, wait. Okay, that's actually a decent picture. All right. Decent sized picture. Okay. So this is a very different picture, a very different color from what my desk is, but this is like literally like the exact like legs, exact same folding mechanism, same exact legs. Okay, so there really isn't much going on, but you guys, you guys are gonna love the jank. Okay, you guys are gonna love the jank. So because I'm using this table as like my permanent like work desk, it means I'm here all the time, right? And so because I'm here all the time, like obviously like these things, it's gonna be really hard to not like rest my feet on them, right? And I've like so what I'm saying is I rest my feet on them all the time. So figures. This is a WWE table. Wait, is it? No, no, no. It's not a WWE table. The WWE tables were like long. They were long. But dude, oh man, the nostalgia. The nostalgia you just brought in me. You just made me feel, man. So Dahlia is as strong as this chair. That was okay. You know what? That's pretty good. Dahlia is as strong as this chair. That was pretty good. Unlike between the. Okay, so all right. It's not. It's a very cheap kind of table, is what it is, right? Like no one really buys this kind of table. Like, no one. The only people that I imagine would ever buy a table like this would be, I guess, just someone. So, like, I guess just someone. So in the Philippines, like someone who who is like quite poor. You know, like someone who lives out in the countryside, not even living in their own, like living in their house, in their own house, but not on their land. You know, like basically like a tenant, right? But like somebody as poor as that, and this would be like they're the one or like one of two only tables that they have in the entire house, right? Or someone like a very small business owner who is looking to who just wants like two or three tables that they could uh, put in front of the shop, put in front of their shop, like a shop where they sell like I don't know, like street food or whatever, right? And honestly, actually, the reason why we even have this table is because I used to, I we used to have this small store just selling street food, and the house we were living in at the time was where we put up our store because the house we were living in at the time wasn't even like an actual house. It was more like a store, but because it was so old and like broken down that no one no plus the fact that like the building itself didn't even have a proper like business permit. Like the owners weren't even like haven't paid taxes on the like property taxes in years, right? So it was more like this is supposed to be abandoned and we're not supposed to be making money off of this, or like rent is going to be really cheap but just don't tell anyone kind of thing. uh what if the small business owner owns a big business? If they own a small business, a big business, man, then they're not buying a table like this. No, no way. So we have three of these, two slightly smaller ones, and the bigger one I'm using for work. So the two smaller ones, actually, now that I bring this up, we don't actually have a proper dining table. Our quote unquote dining table is literally just, so I said we have three of this, right? One is like two slightly smaller ones, and the big one I'm using for work. So the two slightly smaller ones, we just have them like side by side, and we put a table mat over it, and then like that's our quote unquote dining table. Like we don't have a proper like legit dining table. 1/3 of the stream was spent talking about chairs. Yep. What's a dining table we eat on the floor here? That's a cultural thing, man. That's not a I'm so poor we don't have a dining table. We don't have a dining table. That's probably a cultural thing, isn't it? Perfect as a computer table. It's square and perfect distance for monitor and eyes. That is true. I agree with you, Bozan. I actually agree with you. Yeah, it's the perfect. Like, I love that. I'm actually very happy that because it's a square table, that the distance between like where I sit and where and the other end of the table is quite far, right? Despite how not so big the table is, it's I love it. My only gripe with it is like it's square, right? It's a square, so like I just wish it was a little wider. I just wish it was wider. That's all I like. That's my only gripe with it. And obviously the fact that it's so wobbly. The fact that it's so wobbly. Do you know how to eat with only hands? Yeah, of course, dude. I'm a Filipino, so not just a troll thing. We actually eat it on the floor. It's just very common here. Yeah, like I said, it's a cultural thing. No, I didn't say troll. I said cultural. Cultural. Anyway, so okay. I always rest my legs on these things, right? One of them, surprise, surprise, the one closer to me broke within about. It lasted for quite a bit. Lasted for quite a bit, about a year and a half, maybe closer to 2 years, right? 2 years. One of them completely broke, and then like that was it, right? And okay, because it broke, but like these are welded, right? And obviously like right, like it broke, and obviously it wasn't cut, it was broke, it broke off, which means the welds are still there, and they're really sharp, and I have actually cut my feet on them like at least 3 times. One pretty not so bad, but like also not just a flesh wound, right? Like actually drew blood for quite a lot of blood. And so okay, at some point I just got fed up. Like I just got fed up getting like having my legs get cut over and over again. So eventually, what I did was I so here in the Philippines, when you buy groceries, in most supermarkets here in the Philippines, when you buy groceries, and let's say you have like something hard like canned stuff or like bottles, when they put it into your plastic, when they put it into a plastic bag, they put the small piece of cardboard at the bottom, sort of like some kind of padding, and yeah, so I keep a certain amount of those small pieces of cardboard. I don't keep all of them. Like once where I keep them gets full, and then that's it. I don't save them anymore. But so okay, since I have those small pieces of cardboard, I took that, I cut it up into just the right size, and folded it like once or twice, so that I'd have like 2 or 3 layers. And I literally just taped that. Like I put the small piece of cardboard up like that, and then I just put a bunch of tape all over it. You hit your pinky toe with that table? No, never. I never ever hit my I never ever stubbed my toe with it, because like the edge is so far from where the feet are. Shape desk, chatting with savages, shake my head. Okay, so and on both sides as well, both sides. Now my problem with that too is, so nobody here, right? Like nobody in the Philippines, like no normal Filipino would actually buy Scotch branded Scotch tape. It's just not worth it, right? Like I love it though. I love it because the adhesive is great, right? It's like really high quality adhesive, and when you peel it off, it's just perfectly clean, no adhesive remaining when you peel it off. I love it. Right, but no one in their right mind over here buys Scotch branded Scotch tape. So like we just buy and all the different local brands of tape here are anywhere between 10 and 20% the price of Scotch branded Scotch tape. All this talk of self mutilation by by furniture reminds me of high school. What? So yeah. Anyway, the tape I used was like obviously this cheap local Filipino branded tape, right? So eventually the tape would slowly peel off, and at some point like it just started to peel off, and like several layers were already peeled off. So at some point, okay, I put more tape on it, and then it would peel off again, and then I put more tape on it, and then it would peel off again, and then at some point, so something, I received some, I think we bought something online. Yeah, we bought something online, and what I noticed was, I noticed that the tape they used to package the thing up was really high quality tape. I don't know if it was Scotch branded tape, but whatever it was, it felt like really high quality tape, and the adhesive felt like really high quality adhesive. So what I did was I peeled. I spent like between half an hour to an hour, slowly peeling off the tape, making sure that to not rip like some plastic off of the packaging itself, and making sure that the tape itself didn't get crumpled up. I spent like half an hour very slowly, meticulously peeling off the tape so that I could use this high quality tape to finally wrap this thing up, and then like I wouldn't have to ever worry about it getting like unwrapping ever. And hey, lo and behold, it worked. It worked. It worked. Okay. Now, all right. Now, one problem of this not being here anymore is like it adds to how wobbly the table is, right? Because this is like, it helps out a lot. There's literally only two of them, and it helps out a lot with the rigidity of the table itself. And so one is off, so like, after this one came off, it just became really wobbly. Now, okay, tie wraps are easier, in my opinion. Tie wraps? Well, okay. Well, the problem with that is like it's just a piece of cardboard. Okay, it's hard to explain. Hang on. Let me draw it. What it looks like. So this is like, imagine this is the leg, right? And like the welds that where the thing broke off of, they're like this. Yeah, they're like that. But like imagine this, but in 3D. So the piece of cardboard that I put on top of this, like it just won't sit flush. So I can't use what's it called, tie wraps. I could, but they just wouldn't hold on very well. I think maybe cable ties would have been okay, but like now I have like a stock of cable ties all the time. They're not really, cable ties aren't something that I find useful all the time, at least not for like my lifestyle. But whenever I need them, like boy is it handy to just have one, to just have some instantly. I think cable ties would have been nice, but well, I didn't have them 2 years ago, so yeah. A wooden stick and zip ties. I could have done that. Yeah. But as I said just now, like I didn't have I didn't. Zip ties aren't something that I regularly have the need for. So for a very long time, I've never really had zip ties like in stock, right, in my home. I've only had zip ties in stock within the last like 3 months. And it sure is lovely to just have some, like, for whenever you suddenly need them. But yeah, anyway. Okay, right, that's the front. So ever since this thing came off, obviously, I'm still in the habit of like resting my legs on something. So at some point, I eventually, got into the habit of resting my feet on this thing, on the one in the back. And eventually, one side broke. And then I was like, okay, well, all right, obviously I can't rest my feet on that thing anymore. But then obviously, like, it's, I've already made it into a habit, right? So I kept forgetting that like one side was broken and that I shouldn't rest my feet on it anymore. And then eventually what happened was the other side also broke. And now I'm like, I've left with nothing but a very, very wobbly table. And now, okay, here's the problem with that. So this one's already gone and the other one's already gone. Right, and these things don't just help keep the table rigid and a little less wobbly than it potentially can be. It also keeps the legs from just going like this. And for about a day, yeah, for about a day, I sort of just decided, okay, well, whatever, they're completely off now. Okay. And then within half a day, I noticed something off. I wasn't sure. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I noticed that there was something off with the table. And then when I finally got up, like at night, like in the evening after work, like I finally saw that the legs, like all four legs, were like this, like all four legs were like this, and I was like, oh, geez, oh God, it's like, this is definitely not good. So okay. That's my feet on the hands of my subordinates. Okay. Cool. And I was like, okay, oh wait, so how do I do this? And then I thought, okay, well, what if I thought to myself, what if tomorrow I I take my table to like some kind of machine shop or something, right? Like anyone that has a welding machine, and I just ask them, like I just pay for like a really quick weld to put these things back on. Right? And like I really was strongly considering that, and I thought like, okay, well, it's probably not too much trouble, especially because back then I was still just using the laptop. I didn't have I was still just using the laptop. I did not have a monitor yet. I wasn't using a keyboard. I was literally just using my laptop. So laptop, keyboard, of course a mouse as well, and literally the only thing on my desk was just a laptop, the charging brick for it, and a mouse, and I guess the mouse pad as well, and of course the laptop as well, right? So it wasn't too much trouble to just clear the table out and then just take it with me somewhere. Now I have like so much stuff on it, so it wasn't even gonna be that much trouble, right? And I and then I was like, well, I still have to use the table tonight though, right? At least like so that I could like play video games before I go to bed. Your table is just stretching for a bit. It gets too tired. It gets tired too. Okay, so you earlier I mentioned that I keep like these small pieces of cardboard that I get with groceries, right? I do the same exact thing. Obviously, like the plastic bags, I do the same thing with plastic bags as well. Because like, I use them as trash bags, and that way I don't have to buy actual garbage bags ever. Another thing that I keep from stuff that we buy is straws, like not straw, like drinking straws, and not straw like the straw like that you see on a farm. I'm talking about straw, like plastic straw rope. I don't know why we call it straw. Um, Hang on, maybe. Okay, I'm sure I could look this up. Nope, not that one. Where's the other one? This thing. Okay. Yep, there you go. I honestly I have no idea why we call it straw. Okay, this seems to be like a really nice zoom in of the thing. So, for a variety of reasons, when you buy something here in the Philippines, they tie it with this, right? Like for example, if you just so happen to buy like so much stuff at the supermarket today, then they depending on like if you they will ask you if you want it all in plastic bags or if you want it in a box, in a cardboard box. And most of the time, if you tell them to put it in a cardboard box, they tie up the cardboard box, they tie it closed with rope like this. I miss that thing. This thing, I genuinely don't know of any other country where like the locals use this kind of rope. I'm sure there are like outside the Philippines, but just like I've never seen it in a movie, in a picture, in a social media post. No, nowhere ever. Like yeah, I've really only ever heard of and seen this thing in the Philippines. Seen that rope before? Really? Okay, okay. Yeah, like it's so common here in the Philippines. It is everywhere. Uh, okay, so okay, here's an example. If I want to buy two clumps, what are they called in English? Two clumps of bananas. Uh, Usually, what they do, especially if I'm not buying it from the supermarket, like who the heck in the Philippines? No one buys fruits from the supermarket. I don't know about no one, but like no not rich person buys fruits from the supermarket. So like from the market itself, like from the market or like from like a street vendor, um, from a street vendor, if you buy two clumps of bananas, like obviously you're not gonna, you're not just gonna be able to lift those, especially if they see that you don't have a car with you, right? So what they do is they tie the two clumps of bananas with this kind of rope, and then voila, when I get home, I will have a small, like a very short piece of this kind of rope. And okay, another one here, pizza. Local pizza shops will tie their boxes, the pizza box closed, with a piece of this kind of uh, rope. Such old school ghetto rope. If you use a pointy pocky thing, you can split it in half, right? Yes, exactly, dude. That is how everyone cuts this thing up. Here in the Philippines, like some people, like a lot of people use keys. Like you can't use like car keys or motorcycle keys because like they're usually not sharp. But like a regular doorknob key, like it has a couple of pointy bits on it. Like dude, almost everyone uses keys to cut this thing up if they don't have any scissors. Uh, okay, so yeah, I keep things like these, things like these when I buy something. If it's too short, of course, I'll just like, okay, this would be annoying to keep. Right? Like, how would I ever find this thing useful because it's too short? Or if it's too like badly damaged, I won't keep it. But if it looks like it's still like in pretty good quality and it's long enough, then I will actually keep it. And lo and behold, I had a pretty long piece of it. And let's go back then. let's go back. Let's go back to here. Okay. Here you go. Right. So now what I did was, okay, obviously I put the legs back into their normal positions. I put this thing back on. And so what I did was I tied like it was just one super long strip of the used like straw rope. I got no idea why we call it straw. And I literally just tied it to here, and then like I skittled it all across here, and then I tied it to the other end, skittled it all the way across again to the back to the other side, and I tied it again until I ran out of length, and then I just like permanently tied it. And then that is, to this day, what the condition of this table that I use right now. This doesn't exist anymore. I didn't put it back. You know what? I'm gonna change this to white. There. Right. This doesn't exist anymore. This is just gone. And so now, I guess I tied it well. I tied it well enough that it's never come loose, and yeah, it's never come loose, and the legs have never split anymore. Hey, what's up? It's YK. How's it going, man? Who started this topic? It was Luap. It was you, Luap, man. You asked me to move to. You told me to keep moving my legs because of the mosquito thing, and then I couldn't help it. I had to let you guys know exactly what I looked like over here, and I was like, okay, I was on the topic of the chair, and then I like the table and whatever. What are you doing? Oh, it's like, hey, dude, if you if you don't mind missing, I don't know, like about an hour of live stream footage, I would recommend you go back in the stream an hour, and then like to hang on, how long has this been going? Yeah, about an hour, just to when this story time started. You missed like quite. It's not necessarily story time, but just a lot of like, me telling you guys exactly what like my setup here looks like. And when I say my setup, I mean like including like me, like what I look like when I game, like what I look like in my chair, the kind of chair that I use, what the state of the table that I'm using, for work and gaming, and all that stuff. Dude, like if only I didn't have any what like any issues with like personal privacy and whatever, I wouldn't mind taking pictures of all these things and just sending it on Discord. Like there's so much jank all around me. And like the problem is like it's not janky because like I want it to be janky, dude. Like if I was a millionaire, I would love for everything to just look neat and clean and like awesome, right? Like all around me. But no, I'm not a millionaire. I'm not dirt poor, but at the same time, like all these things I have, they still work. And like so if they still work, right, with some minor repairs, then like why would I throw them away, right? Why wouldn't I just spend like, I don't know, 10-20 minutes fixing them and like be able to use them for the rest of my life? Right, there's so much jank, like literally, like there's literally this set of speakers I have that I've had, that by the way came together with my very first computer 21 years ago. Still the same exact set of speakers that I've used, like that, that I used 21 years ago with my very first computer. And because it's so old, I really don't know how it works, but like the power button, I have to stick a small piece of paper on like into the side, so that like I guess there's no, like it loses physical contact. Like the power button loses physical contact if I don't stick a small piece of paper into the side of it. So like, and I have to do it just the right way so that it maintains physical contact so that the speaker can stay on. Another thing too is because it's so old, the volume knob doesn't work. Like it works to some degree, but like if I turn it all the way down, like maybe at like 5-10% volume, like it works. The speakers work. But if I turn it up a little bit after that, then there's just no sound until I turn it all the way up to 100%. But when I turn it all the way up to 100%, I have to like I have to twist it hard enough and like just the right way so that it sticks. Because if I don't get it just the right way, then it doesn't stick and it just doesn't make a sound anymore. I'm not joking. My setup is a folding table with a stool. Oh, dude, you're like, okay. Here's mine, by the way. Okay, obviously these are not mine. These are just pictures I took off of the internet. But this is like the chair that I use. This exact chair, not this one. This is not a picture of my chair, but this exact chair. And like this is the exact kind of table that I have. Slightly different color, different tabletop color. Poor guy. I wish I could send you some of my speakers. I'm drowning on them. You know, like Mr. J. I appreciate it, man. Like really cool, right? It would be lovely. But if someone were to like give me a set of speakers, right? Like, dude, I can. I'm like think thankfully, like I'm very very thankful. I'm very blessed that like the last couple of months, like 1 or 2 months, I've been doing slightly better financially. Um, and honestly, I can easily buy like a not like a quote unquote good set of speakers, right? Like you, I don't know if you're an audiophile, Mr. J. I imagine you have at least an ear for good quality speakers, or like audio equipment, like speakers, headsets, whatever, right? But like a set of speakers that I think someone like you might consider quote unquote good, like to me, might be like, whoa, this is the best thing I've ever heard my entire life, right? But like to me, uh, there's these like Logitech. How much are they? Like Logitech computer speakers that I don't know how to describe it. I don't know about fell in love with. No, no, I don't think that's the case. It's more like I learned about it, and I learned about like, whoa, this is like it's just what like what 40 50 US dollars. It's like, dude, that's not bad, right? Especially for how good it sounds for how little it costs, right? It's, you know, definitely far from the best speakers out there, but right, like, and what the best part is, like I saw this like exact speakers that I heard of and like found out about online, like in a local store here in my city, and I saw the price, and it was like, dude, I can afford this. I could afford this, and but like I was like, okay, no, because I still have a set of speakers that still work. It's janky. It's a little on the annoying side, especially if the small piece of paper gets knocked out of there. It takes me a while to jam it in there just the right way to keep the speakers on. But hey, it still works. I didn't fall in love with them. It was just the one. Don't worry, RJ. The edges of my screen protector have broken off, and bug chunks. Oh God, big chunks. I'm assuming of glass are missing, and I'm still like it still protects the screen. Yeah, right, right. Sticking stuff to some appliances to make it work. That's funny. That is definitely that is something that you see a lot of Filipinos do. Uh, what's the output on those speakers, by the way? What do you mean output? Like in decibels? Are you talking about the Logitech speakers that I was talking about, or are you talking about my speakers? If it's my speakers, then I don't know. No idea, man. I got no idea. Like, how would I even know? Okay, it's okay. Let me show you what it looks like. Okay, it is not. Remember, this set of speakers is 21 years old. 21 years old, and they came with a computer, right? So think about computer speakers in 2004. Okay, where is that thing? There. All right. Uh, shoot. Okay. Intex as sound. I don't know. Year 2000. Nope, not that one. Mm, no, computer speakers. Okay. Oh, yep. There you go. Okay. Well, no, no. I think this is a modern version of what my speakers are. Yeah, yeah. Okay, no. The font that they're using here is completely different from the font on mine. But I imagine this is like a similar model to what I have. Yeah, a similar model to the ones I have. Uh, and I'm pretty sure I've seen a picture of this specific one before, and I think it's like this one connects to the computer via USB. Mine connect to the computer via 3.5 jack, 3.5 millimeter jack. And obviously there's the 3.5 millimeter jack doesn't carry power with it, right? So it doesn't carry power with it. So like it still needs an AC outlet. Went away for 4 minutes. Now we're talking about speakers. Yep. That's just exactly what this stream is about. Yeah, when you stream with RJ, hey, be ready to, see a Genshin thumbnail and title and like not see Genshin gameplay ever. Okay, but right, like anyway, yeah. So I have those back to the Philippines. Yo, really? Okay, well, my set of speakers aren't exactly this one. I think this is a much newer model of the ones I have, because it's like the font is very different from the font that they used on the speakers that I have. But like everything else is like the same. Like the layout of, hang on, let me put this up in Paint so that I could draw on it. Oh geez, that's a huge picture. There you go. Okay. Right, so the layout of this thing is like basically exactly the same, right? Like power button here, 3.5 millimeter jack, the power LED, literally same exact placement, and the volume knob. What did you do before you started YouTube? Work. Same as I do now. Anyway, yeah, so like just so you know, it's like YouTube is not a career for me. Okay, like maybe if it somehow like suddenly blows up and I suddenly earn, like, if I ever regularly, like consistently earn, like if the day that ever comes that I consistently earn, like, I don't know, like $2,000 a month off of just doing YouTube, that'll be the day that I could say that, okay, I'm quote unquote doing YouTube. But as for whatever the heck I'm doing now, this is just me playing video games. And, well, I'm not really playing video games right now. but right, like just me hanging out with some dudes is essentially, yeah. Look at the back or something. It should specify how much power it takes and how much watt. Oh, oh no, Mr. J, you just, okay, here you go. Here we go. Okay, you know what? I already have the picture here. Okay, story time. What year was that? When I was in college, these covers, I don't know what these are called. They came off. Well, one of them did. And so the problem with this is it's not screwed in. It's not screwed into the plastic. It's just stuck to the plastic via like plastic tabs. And now I didn't really look into it very well, right? I just remember looking at it a little bit and then thinking, oh, it broke off. Okay, then I guess it won't stick back on. I can't stick it back on then. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just run it without these things. But then, like, what do I do with this thing? Do I just throw it away? And I was like, well, man, I don't want to throw it away. Like, if I ever suddenly need this thing again, if I throw it away, like, where the heck am I going to get a replacement for it? So I was like, okay, well, let's, find a way to keep it on. RJ's fans' worst nightmare. Story time. Okay. What I did was I took two long-ish strips of tape, and so I'm gonna draw the top of the speaker. Okay, I'm gonna draw the top of the speaker. So we're looking at it from the top down. And I took two long strips of tape. And so what I did was, imagine this was a tape, right? And I folded the tape in half. I folded it in, so in that way it would stick onto itself, and I would be essentially what I would have is like plastic, a super flat plastic transparent rope that isn't sticky. Okay, so I folded it in, and I put that thing. I put that thing around here. Hang on, let me change it to this. Okay, I put it around here. So imagine like this line over here is like the black cover that's coming off. And okay, so that's the tape. And I put another piece of tape to stick this onto the side and the other side as well. Tape from the box again. No, it's not from packaging. This one's actually like new tape the tape that I actually bought and had at the house at the time. And this was like, remember, this was like college me, still like college me living with my parents. Uh and and then I noticed like, okay, it didn't feel like it was super strong. So what I did was I cut up another long piece of tape. I folded it in half and I put it on the other side as well. And then I put another piece of tape over it. And then to this day, those same pieces of tape are still on here. The same pieces of tape are still holding this black piece onto the speakers themselves. And I did it for both. Like only one of them broke off, but then I was like, well, what if the other one comes off too? And I mean, like while I have the tape with me and the scissors, I might as well do the other one as well. So okay, both of them now have this thing. Like remember, this was college. It was college. Like college for me was like year 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. Right, that was college for me. So what 16, somewhere between 14 to 16 years ago. And those same pieces of tape are still on the speakers. Exactly what I came here for. Who wants to see another random guy play Genshin? I also put the tape on the weak spots of my wired earphones as soon as I get them. The weak spots. Oh, okay. I think I get what you mean by weak spots. As for me, like it would be lovely to do that. Like I wouldn't actually mind doing something like that. But like I mentioned earlier, nobody here buys like Scotch branded Scotch tape. And why I mentioned Scotch branded Scotch tape is because here in the Philippines, like you will hardly ever find like actually good quality tape. If it's not right, like if you buy Scotch brand Scotch tape, then you'll know it's good quality tape. If it's anything other than that, then like 99 times out of 100, it's gonna be just like cheap adhesive, cheap quality tape. Adhesive will just expire in like a week. And then when you peel it off, it leaves residue, and like yeah, that's essentially what most of the local tape is here. And yeah, like I wish I could do that, but I just wouldn't trust it. I just wouldn't trust like random Filipino brand tape. Oh, I did do exactly what you're talking about, Ali. For the exact earphones that I'm using right now, but not preemptively, right? Like not preemptively. I only did it because like this set of earphones that I'm using right now. This is the set of earphones that came free with my wife's old Zen phone from 2017, and like the wire is I don't know how to explain it. Like the rubber covering on it has like pulled loose, like for one of the ear tips. The rubber wiring on it has pulled loose out of like the plastic bit in the middle. So it's there's just exposed bronze. Obviously, it's not gonna electrocute me, but like I would like it's bronze. Right? It's gonna be really easy to break. So I had to put electrical tape over it, like just to make sure it doesn't like randomly come off. And I only did it because so my mom moved when my mom sold the house. When my mom sold their house, she moved back in with her mom because her mom's really old now. So it would be nice like if someone lived with her. And when she moved in, she had a lot of renovating done to my grandma's house, and so along with that is like quite a bit of electrical work, and lo and behold, I don't know why, my mom's actually my mom is a cheapskate, so I was really surprised to find to find 3M branded electrical tape. I was really surprised. So I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, all right. I mean, like, while I can borrow, like, while I can ask for a bit of tape, I might as well use it then." It's 3M branded tape, so like that's why I didn't mind using it on my earphones because I know it's very unlikely to leave residue, and I knew that like the adhesive would actually stick for quite a long time. It's worth investing a little in your earphones slash speakers slash whatever. Honestly, I think so. I agree with you. I agree with you. But like, unless if I can actually invest into like a good like what system, then I'd rather just keep whatever cheapo stuff I have. And when I say like actually invest, I'm talking about like because I do this all day every day, right? Like I would prefer wired headphones. No, actually, you know what? Scratch that. I don't like headphones. I don't like headphones. I prefer earphones. I know like that headphones are gonna be superior, especially like for example like I'm pretty sure there are no earphones like anywhere that have 5.1 surround sound. Right? So it's clearly not gonna work. If I played CS:GO or whatever, there's not gonna be any positioning like data in audio if I wear earphones, no matter how expensive those earphones might be. I'm pretty sure there are no 5.1 surround sound or higher earphones. But obviously, I don't play any shooters, so I have no need for that. In fact, okay, here's. Oh my god, dude, I could just keep going on and on and on about this. So, my speakers are really old, right? And now, I don't know how this works. I'm sure, like, Mr. J could probably understand how this stuff works. I don't know though. Like, it's more like the hardware part of the speakers, but one of these don't work. Oh! Remember earlier, like when I said the volume knobs, the volume knob doesn't work. So if I turn so there's two ways that I can make it work. I either turn the volume down to somewhere between 5 and 10%, and it just guaranteed it works. But the volume will be a little low, but it's still usable because like it's still at a usable volume. I just adjust the volume in Windows. But if I turn it down that way, I only get sound from the both my earphones still produce sound because I just have my earphones plugged into the speaker instead of directly into the computer. So the speakers, I don't use the speakers for the speaker. Like I don't actually use this set of speakers. I use the speaker sort of like as a way to extend my earphones because like my earphones don't actually reach the back of my computer where I have my my tower is behind my monitor and my monitor is beyond arm's reach for me. So my tower is actually quite a distance away from my head. So my earphones do not reach like my tower at all. So the speakers really are just here to extend the reach of my earphones. And so why I hardly ever use the speakers like themselves to produce sound is because obviously sound produces vibrations, and vibrations can potentially shake out the small piece of paper that I got stuck in the power button. Yeah, so that's literally it. I can still use the speakers. I can. But after about 1, 2, or 3 days of me only using the speakers, that small piece of paper gets shaken out, and then I'm going to have to fiddle around with it for like 10 minutes until I get it back in just the right way. So both left and right, both sides will still produce sound. But if I ever play audio from a piece of media that has stereo, like proper left and right channel separation, right? Like if I play a YouTube, like even YouTube, right? Even YouTube, a movie, whatever, anything that has like actually it's actually in the file itself there where there's proper like left and right separation. I think the one when I have the volume knob turned down, I think it's the left one. I'm not sure which direction, but like one of them doesn't, like one of the sides don't produce a sound. So, for example, in the last couple of months, I've been there's been this channel, this MythBusters YouTube channel. I don't know if it's actually. I'm pretty sure it's not the. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the official MythBusters YouTube channel. Has been uploading a lot of their stuff, and in some of their videos, I don't know how they've messed this up, but for some reason, some of their videos they have some of the audio, or either some of the audio or all of the audio only on one channel. Now, and sometimes that just so happened to be the channel that on my speakers that isn't working, and I'll be really confused. I was like, okay, well, I'll be really confused. I'll spend like 3 minutes like checking everything. Like, did my speakers die on me again? So I'll open up a different YouTube video and like, okay, audio still playing. I'll check like, did I accidentally mute this video? I'll open it again. Maybe the tab is broken or glitched or whatever. I'll refresh the tab and like, okay, no. And then like later in the day when I'm in bed. I'll look through my YouTube watch history, and I'll try and find that MythBusters video that I was watching earlier. I'll play it on my phone, like, and try to see like, okay, maybe it works here, and like lo and behold, it like there is audio. There is audio, and the first few times that this happened to me, I was so confused. I was like, why doesn't it make a sound on my computer? Like, why? But it works fine on the phone. And then I realized, oh god, someone messed up badly. Like they somehow, for some reason, accidentally put some or all of the audio only on one channel. Uh, oh, so yeah, yeah. I don't have. I did have about 1.5k rupees, which can get me a decent pair of earphones here, but I spent it slowly eating stuff I liked. Well, hey, right? It's life, right? That's life for you. I've done the same exact thing that you said you've done, Ali, but except mine has been like way more long term, right? I cannot even begin to explain how much money I've spent on just snacks and snacking or whatever, from the day that I started earning my own money until today. And the amount of the number of things, like long term things that I could have bought for myself with all that money. And when I say long-term things, I'm talking about like a really high-quality set of headphones, um, or like maybe even a laptop, right? Like I've spent so much money on stuff like that. Are there even 1K pesos worth speakers or earphones in the Philippines? Luap. There are so many earphones in the Philippines that cost just somewhere between 100 and 150 pesos, which is like between $2 and $3. Speakers, yes, actually, yeah. Like they're terrible though. Like dude, I'm janky, but I would never ever buy those kinds of speakers. Are those snatch ones? No, no, dude. Like they're actually they're actually brand new ones. Like they're all like made in China stuff though, and they sound terrible, but they exist. And honestly, the last couple of years, they don't sound as bad as they used to. The speakers still though, like the speakers that cost somewhere around like $1 to $3. Yeah, like they still sound terrible. But the earphones, now they still don't sound good, but they just don't sound as bad as they used to. The speakers that I'm talking about, I don't even know, like I don't know anything about these speakers. The only reason why I know that these exist is because I've seen so here in the Philippines there are a lot of these like gadget repair shops that are literally on the sidewalks. Like yeah, like literally on the sidewalks. I mean like they're legit, right? Like they're paying rent. They're paying rent to the whoever the owner of the building is, of like whose sidewalk they're on. But there's so many gadget repair shops over here, and obviously there's a computer there, right? And a lot of the time, these guys they have a computer, right? Like and of course they're gonna need a set of speakers, and most of the time they have these like one, two, or three US dollar set of speakers attached to it. How old are the speakers, RJ? Around 21 years old. Yeah, around 21 years old. A little bit younger than the chair that I was talking about earlier. A little bit younger than my chair. Hey, what's up, Babish? How's it going, man? Our speakers are probably older than some of us. You know what? Honestly, I bet they are. Yeah, I bet they are. I know that who was it? I don't know if Bozan is still in chat. Bozan just reminded me that he's 22 years old, and he is only a tiny bit older than my speakers. Don't worry, you didn't miss any gameplay. That's true. That's true. He did not miss any gameplay. Although, I've been like in the back of my mind for like half an hour now. I'm pretty sure my third account has been capped on resin for like 20 minutes now. And you know what? I'm gonna while I'm yapping, I'm gonna go and just make sure that it's not capped. Yeah, I'm gonna switch over just real quick. Oh man. So what else? So okay. So earlier, Mr. J, you asked me to just look in the back. Yeah, look in the back of my speakers, right? To see. Oh, cool, good. They haven't capped. All right, very good then. So you asked me to just look at the back because like the specs should probably be there. How many watts, right? How many watts how many watts they take, whatever. So why I laughed when I read that message is uh sorry. Ooh, okay. Some of these guys, some of you guys in chat now, some of you were here on uh either one or both of the two occasions that these speakers fell from my desk really hard. The way my heart drops when I log in and my resin is capped, even though the app said I had an hour left. The app? What app, Jules? The HoYoLab app? What app tells you? What app does that to you? RJ, what's this thing you're doing? What's the name of this game? Oh, this is a pretty cool game from like 2020. It's called Genshin Impact. I just started playing it, and like now I have C6 R5 everything, and I didn't even spend any money on it. It's a pretty cool game. You guys should check it out. HoYoLab, yo, really? HoYoLab app does that? Okay, well, well now we have one. I have one more reason to never ever use it. I don't use it, but like I have one more reason to never use it. Is like when you said you had an hour left before your resin caps, and you log in and your resin is capped. It's definitely one more reason. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Mr. J, you any trace of info has been eroded from them. Probably. Oh, okay. No, I'm not talking about that, Mr. J. That is probably true because they're so old. But so earlier I was talking about my speakers falling really hard, and there have been in the last 1 to 2 years since I started using these speakers again, right? Because when I was still using the laptop, right? When I back a couple of years ago before I bought this desktop from my cousin, I was still using a laptop. So obviously laptops have speakers, right? So I've never needed speakers. So yeah. So a couple of years ago when I bought this desktop from my cousin, I remembered that these set of speakers, these 21-year-old set of speakers I had, was still at my mom's and dad's place. So I went ahead and like grabbed it over there from there, and I've used it. And since then, these speakers have fallen like pretty seriously off of my desk, twice already, both times on stream. And some of you guys that are here today were probably here for one or both occasions. And since then, I have taped my speakers to my desk. I didn't want to use glue because I didn't want it to be permanent, but I did want it to be permanent enough that they will just stay there and I will never ever have to worry about them again, but not so permanent that I can never take them off in case in case I decide to like rearrange my desk or whatever. So and I don't really want to pull off the tape because like I said, the quality of random Filipino branded tape is questionable. And since somehow this one is holding, what I'm going to chalk this up to is luck. I got lucky with how I put the tape on maybe. So I'd rather not pull it off just to see information that might have faded like 16 years ago. That might have faded off already 16 years ago. so yeah. The tape again. Tape fixes everything. Oh, dude. You haven't even... Okay, some of you have heard this story before. But some of you have not. some of you have heard this story from me before because I've only ever told this story on stream once before. So a lot of you guys probably haven't heard of this story. I'm pretty sure Mr. J and Ali, you guys and you too, Jules, you weren't here yet then when I told this story. So remember my chair, right? Remember my chair? Okay, let me go back to here. Okay. And my table, right? My chair and my table. So my table's height is just about, hang on, somewhere between 1 or 2 inches. My table is somewhere just between 1 or 2 inches higher than the arm rests of my chair. Not gonna lie, I use Scotch tape to fix the hole in my floor. I love the visuals. Everything aside, why are the legs sideways in that chair? Oh, it was me. Like I drew my leg like this because like I think it was Luap or someone else. I don't remember. Who mentioned about their leg cramping up, and then they're dead, something like that. I think it was Luap. And then so that's why like my leg was originally drawn like this earlier, and then like I was like, okay, I wanted to show like how I put up my leg sometimes. You should turn the chair backwards while you at it. Dude, I have literally tried that. I have actually tried that, yes. Now, I tried it for like 10 minutes. My problem is like, so this kind of armchair, like the way it's designed is like the backrest is like really wide. And it's as wide as the armrests. So like I cannot use the armrests if I turn it around. And honestly, like so my legs were just perfect. I loved it because the back thing is like narrower than the back thing is narrower than me just having my legs like this. It was perfect. My only problem was that oh yes, that's right. Like the backrest as well. The backrest is this chair is like it's dude, it's surprisingly ergonomic. I cannot maybe I wouldn't say it's like like Aeron chair levels of ergonomic, but it is like for a $10 monoblock plastic chair. It is surprisingly ergonomic. So like the seat here is shaped like this. Like I'm gonna do my best to like draw how it's shaped. The seat here is like sort of like this, like that, like and then going into the backrest. Hang on, let me try and do a better job of it. Something like that. Nice ad. That company needs to sponsor you, dude. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. Like, I'm sure like a company like this would never do that because, like, dude, the people watching me, you guys aren't even in the Philippines, man. You guys aren't even in the Philippines. None of you have any chance at all to ever buy any of this company's products. So, like, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind getting sponsored for like literally just plastic chairs like this, or even just like a folding table like this. I wouldn't mind. But yeah, like I know that's not happening. But I'm a Filipino, so it counts. Yeah, a Filipino who's not in the Philippines. I don't know how that would count. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, Mr. J. The backrest, because the backrest is tilted backwards, so my head would, like, if I sat if I turned the chair backwards, my head would be here. Even if I sat completely straight upright, and like there would just be this like thing blocking the front of me. Like I can't type. Like when I type, like if I wanted to type, my arms would have to go around like this. Yeah. I have tried it. Like I have actually tried it, and it just doesn't work. Looking at that chair is hurting my. Not gonna lie. No, dude. Like I promise you, it is surprisingly ergonomic. I honestly, dude, I bought an office chair like 3 years ago. Now granted, it's like one of those like cheap China made like 95% of the budget was spent on marketing and looking and paying the guy to look for fake pictures of the office chair to use for them to use for their shop listing, as well as like to pay the guy to make like a 3D animated a 3D animated version of the chair to show like obviously 3D animated and not actually a video of the product itself, like video for like footage for them to use in their shop listing, in their online shop listing. So yeah, and this was like 3-4 years ago, I think. Yeah, 3 or 4 years ago. At that time it cost like $100, but now like the office chair that I have is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like $30. I think so, yeah. 30, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30. I used it for like a week, and then it hurt my tailbone like a lot. Like it took about a week for my tailbone to fully recover, because like I was like, okay, well this is starting to hurt, but like maybe I just need a bit more time to get used to it. So like I kept forcing myself to use it, and then at some point the pain just got just became unbearable. So I stopped. I had to stop using it. I just couldn't. Yeah, and it's awful. It's awful. Like this 22, 24-year-old plastic monoblock chair, $10 plastic monoblock chair is like way more ergonomic than that $100 piece of garbage that I bought a couple of years ago. My butt is gonna sweat so hard in the plastic chair. Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah. Like that is my only. No, actually I have two problems with my chair. I have two problems. The fact that the bottom is plastic and not mesh. But obviously like mesh, like this thing just wouldn't work if this was mesh, obviously, right? And these things here that connect the armrests to the seat. If this went this way, or whatever, right? Like was connected to here, or like right instead of the front. And if this was mesh, this would be the perfect chair for me. And I would have zero reason to ever think of getting any other chair. Those are my only problems with it. For sure, you can make a puddle of sweat with that. Oh, hey, Luap. Speaking of puddle, dude, Luap, no. This chair is just that close to perfection. There's a hole here. There's literally a hole here. And remember the drawing I drew earlier of the shape of the seat itself? It's shaped like this, right? There's literally a hole down here. Time to MacGyver it. Jules, I promise you, I have thought about it several times. And I've like every time I try to think about it. So obviously I have to saw this thing off, right? Like obviously I have to saw this thing off. And every time I think about it, I can't. I just can't because so Jules, you weren't here for the entire story, but long story short, this is the same exact. Well, this is not a picture of my chair, but this is the same exact type of chair that I'm using now. That I've have been using since I was in fourth grade. Fourth grade, which was what year 2003, 2002, 2003. So almost 25 years now. Almost 25 years. And the fact that it's still perfectly fine, still as sturdy as the day when we got it, I don't think any physical modifications to it would do it justice. Buy the same chair, tweak it, so if you mess up, you still have the OG. Yeah, but like my problem with it is like, sure, this chair design is pretty common nowadays, and I can easily buy like one of these, like not this specific brand. Honestly, I don't even know if this company is still up and running today. I could buy like something that looks exactly like this, probably from a different local brand, but I guarantee you it is not going to be the same quality. Like it is not going to be the same quality. Things in the 90s and the 2000s were just built different. All you need now is a bidet and you're good to go. Dude, that hole is tiny. Like I no, it's not gonna work. Luab, it's not gonna work. It's such a tiny hole. The hole itself, I'm pretty sure, is just there. It's just designed so that if because of the how like sturdy the chair is, I'm pretty sure like the designers of this thing had it in mind already, where like that a bunch of people that were gonna buy this thing, were gonna be putting it outside, like maybe out on a porch or out in the yard, and just leaving it outside. So it's just for people like those who leave their chair outside, out in the sun and the rain, and so that rain water doesn't, stay on the seat. That's literally what the hole is for. Things were built to last, but they realized they can't make money if it's that good. Yep, exactly, dude. There's a reason why Sony isn't as big as who is an equivalent U.S. company. Who is an equivalent U.S. company? Okay, let's say TV manufacturing. Yeah, let's say okay. So Sony does a lot of things, right? Okay, one of Sony's competitors is Microsoft. Okay, but I don't think this is a very good example, right? Like PlayStation versus Xbox, it's complicated, right? So I'm gonna use TV manufacturing as a good example, right? So Sony used to, yeah, Sony's not a maker. No, yeah, no. I'm not. That's not the point I'm trying to make, Mr. J. The point I'm trying to make is American companies realized earlier that you can't make money if you make something that lasts forever, right? And I'm saying that Sony is an example of one of these companies from the 2000s from the 90s, from the 2000s, that made products that lasted forever. And because of that, at least that's one of the many reasons why they are not as big as their competitors. Like, okay, Sony TV manufacturing, for example, right? My mom, oh man, okay, I just remembered a couple of days ago, I got some, it's not bad news, it's just a little sad news. It's just a little sad news. So my mom and dad's old Sony Trinitron. So if you guys don't know what that is, it's a TV model from the 2000s. Hang on, let me just find Chrome. There you go. So it's not broken, right? It's not broken. It's just I'm just a little sad that like my mom couldn't find any use for it. Okay, not this one. It's a slightly different model. I think this is it. No, no, not this one. So my moms and dads had like really big speakers on the sides of it. And to this day still sounds better than any garbage TV, like flat screen OLED TV you buy today. Like, dude, what happened to TVs, man? Since when have TVs turned into complete garbage? They have no, like, they have speakers, yeah, but they sound like complete garbage. Dude, my butt sounds better when I'm letting air out. Okay, I don't know why. Oh, wait. Okay, it's a little different. Okay, no, yeah, yeah. They're a little different. But oh, no. No, no, no. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, okay. I guess the best picture I got is probably this one. This one though is a small boy. My mom's and dad's was a 29-inch. Yeah, 29-inch with speakers on the sides. Like, and when I say speakers, I mean like not they're not just like glued or screwed onto the sides. They're literally like like it's a little wider than this because like there's space for like giant speakers from top to bottom. And so anyway, the sad news is that so now my mom lives with my grandma, right? And my grandma already had a TV. Now granted it was, it's like it's one of those like $100 LCD TVs, from like some Filipino brand. Yeah, it's one of those. Is like, dude, it's crazy, right? Like $100 TV. Yeah, it's true. So those $100 like cheapo LCD TVs. That's what my grandma has at her house, and my mom had my mom brought with her two TVs. One was the small, really small LG CRT TV that we've had since, dude, like that CRT TV is even older than the big Sony that my parents had. And it still works. Like, it's awesome. It's broken down a couple of times, but because it's a CRT TV, CRT TVs are super repairable. They are really, really repairable. So it's broken down a couple of times, but no problem. Still got it fixed. My mom couldn't find a use for the big Sony TV. Like, she just didn't have any place to put it in. So ever since my mom moved back in with her mom, she's just left the big Sony TV out on the porch. And eventually, apparently, like about a month ago, she just gave it to my uncle. And now, I don't mind, right? Like, my uncle's cool, right? My uncle's fine. I'm just a little sad that part of my childhood has now left my immediate family's possession. How well they are gonna take care of it? I mean, like, they're not gonna destroy it, obviously. They're not gonna destroy it, but if it ever breaks down, I highly doubt they're even gonna bother spending any money to get it fixed. They're just not, like, my uncle's family is just not the kind of family that needs a TV. So if it ever breaks down, they'll just stop watching TV and they'll just watch TV at the neighbors. And they'll just watch TV at my aunt's house, who's also nearby. Yeah, I don't know. I was bummed out when I heard it from my mom. I was quite bummed out. You know, again, like I don't mind that my uncle's getting it, and like I at least feel better that it's not some stranger that I have. You know, at least I feel better that it's not some stranger. But jeez, okay, that mark. How much damage does that mark do? Okay, well, whatever. All right, this is gonna be cringe if I don't heal you before I continue. Let's not forget, RJ still has to tell the actual story he was gonna tell. Sorry, what was that again? Can someone remind me what that story was? Yes, I do remember that there was something that I got, like there was something that I was about to tell and then I got sidetracked. Shoot, I can't remember. What was it again? So the story not many people know. Not the okay. That one is not like as important to me honestly as the TV thing. Anyway, so okay, it was about my armrests, right? So my armrests on my monoblock chair are about 1 to 2 inches lower than my table. So and Ali this whole time has just been cringing every time I say that it had something to do with tape. He's just been cringing this whole time every time I mention, oh god, the tape again. um and yeah, and you guys were saying like, oh yeah, like tape fixes everything. So okay, and earlier I've mentioned that I keep stuff from the stuff I bought, right? Like for example, small pieces of cardboard, plastic bags, rope, and uh, that include cereal boxes, right? And this is what I'm about to get into. So cereal boxes. My son used to have cereal for breakfast every morning from when he from when he started going to school until he graduated first grade. So yeah, kitchen lore. Sort of. Not really, but no. It's still like my setup lore here. And we're just taking a detour like into the kitchen, right? To, like before I can get into like more of my setup lore over here. Uh, so I have a lot of cereal boxes just put away. Now, my son hasn't had cereal for breakfast in a while. Like he still does every now and then, but like not regularly anymore. Like he just asks me like whenever he's in the mood, he asks me to buy cereal for him. And like sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, right? But essentially like during those several years where he like constantly had cereal for breakfast every day, um right, that allowed me to stockpile like a lot of cereal boxes. And so because of that, the cereal boxes were one of the were my choice for. So what okay, here's the main goal. I needed to raise my armrests. Miss Coco Crunch? Luap, there's no Coco Crunch where you are? Coco Crunch is Nestle, right? And Nestle is like a global brand. Is there no Coco Crunch where you are? What? How can there be no Coco Crunch there, man? That's kind of disappointing. Okay. So yeah, anyway. So my choices were to use like actual cardboard and tape or cereal boxes and tape. So those were my two choices. And so I went with the cereal boxes because instead of regular cardboard. So because regular cardboard is like full of air, right? Like the way it's designed, there's like a lot of air in it. So if I so I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to be able to compress it hard enough so that there would just be zero air in it. So I decided to go with the cereal boxes because they're already flat and there's no air in it. So what I did was hang on. Let's go back to paint. Where is okay, no, not this one. Okay, yeah, definitely not that one. Let's go back to paint. There. Okay, so I needed to raise the armrests by about 2 inches. Yeah, about 2 inches. So imagine that this is the armrest. So this is the armrest of my chair. And I needed to raise it by another 2 inches. So imagine this is the cereal box. So what I did was, okay, I didn't really measure it with a ruler, but I just eyed it, right? Just I just used my eyes to estimate how wide this is. And what I did was I took the cereal box, I completely opened it up, and then I cut off the tops and bottoms so that I would just get like a square. A square that was about the length of the armrest itself. And it turns out the cereal box, because they were the big cereal boxes, the cereal boxes, the big ones, were just exactly the right length of the armrests. They were perfectly exactly the same. So what I did was I took the flattened out cereal boxes and I folded it to about the length no, not the length, the width of the armrests. And I folded it over and over and over and over again. And I took like I think I took like three. Yes, about three. Yes, 3 cereal boxes for each armrest. I folded one like I would fold it like this, until like I ran out, and then I would get another cereal box and I folded it like that, and then a third one, and then I compressed it. Like I did my best to compress it as much as I could so that there wouldn't be any air in it. So that I wouldn't feel like, oh, this is just the right height, and then like a couple of months later it would compress, and then like, oh, this is too low now. The more I hear about RJ, the worse it gets. I just came back and you're still talking about chairs. Oh God, Unib. I don't know if you're enjoying this or not. If you're enjoying it, I recommend you, like, when this stream is over, I recommend you rewatch the stream. Just listen to the entire story time. If you're not enjoying this, I still recommend you listen to the entire story time. You missed quite a lot, man. This is peak content. Okay, so the cereal boxes, right? So I compressed it as well as I could. And so after I compressed it, Ali, you wanna take a guess at what happens next? So yeah, I fold the cereal boxes. Okay, I fold 3 of them, and then I compress all of them to as tightly as I can. Okay, Ali, yeah, take a guess. Guess what happens next? The tape, yes, exactly. I need to hear the rest, but I have to get back to work. I shall revisit the lore. Okay. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Jules. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Take care. Have a good day at work. Take a trip down memory lane. Chair lore goes insane. Oh god. When chair lore is deeper than Genshin lore. That tape. Yep, exactly. Right? Okay, so I compress it and now so this is like the front view of the three cereal boxes, and it's just compressed down and it's held down by tape. It's held down by tape. And bro beat me to it. Absolute cinema. Cinema. Better storytelling too. Man, I don't what I don't know what the heck is up with Hollywood these days. Like what happened, man? What happened to Hollywood? What happened to all the writers and the directors? Like they're still here, they're still making movies, right? They're still writing and stuff. But they like movies suck. What happened? Like look at the God, the stupid Minecraft movie. Who in their right mind greenlit that thing? It's like, dude, it's disrespectful that that movie exists. It's disrespectful that that movie exists, and Warner canceled Batgirl and just like they just what's the word, they wrote it off. There you go. Yeah, they wrote it off as a tax write-off. Like they just considered it like a failure, and they wrote it off as a tax write-off. It is disrespectful that just like the Minecraft movie, whatever it is what it is. Like, and it actually released. Just feed the brain rot. Yeah, like the Minecraft movie was like, it was like YouTube quality, right? Like this like, obviously like CGI is great, right? But like it is the writing, the storytelling. It honestly, it felt like something that some YouTuber could have like any like big Minecraft YouTuber could have uploaded. RJ, let's not sidetrack. We need to continue the chair lords. Yeah, no, sorry, man. I just couldn't. Like, I just had to rant. I just had to vent that out. Like Hollywood, I don't know, man. Jurassic World, oh god, don't even get me started on the Disney remakes, right? Like the Disney live action adaptations. Ugh. It's damn man, it's disgusting. Um, you can tell the green screen part in Minecraft movie, they didn't even work there. Oh jeez. Okay, yeah. So anyway, enough ranting. But so yeah, okay, the tape, right? And here's the kicker. So I know, obviously, cereal box, right? So it's cardboard slash, right, aka paper, right? Like really thick paper. So, and I know that I'm gonna be sweaty. So what I did was I wrapped the whole thing, 100% of it, completely covered in tape. Zero exposure to, like, the cardboard has zero exposure. So essentially I used the tape sort of like you would paint concrete. You know what else is thick and sweaty? Mr. J, these. Yep. I'll leave you. I'll leave the answer to you guys there. Okay. So yeah. I completely covered it in tape. I completely covered it in tape, and that's it. Like it's so now the cardboard inside is now I did make a few mistakes. There were some tiny spots that were a little still exposed cardboard, and after about a week of them like getting like exposed to sweat, I finally put tape over them, and now they're just completely covered. Okay, so now I have two of these, right? Now I have two of these, and one go on each armrest. So, guess what? How do I attach it to the armrest? Okay, anyone want to take a guess? How do I attach this cardboard? This cardboard that's completely covered up in tape. How do I attach it to something made of plastic? With spit and mud. Dude, we don't use spit for adhesive. Like, maybe ants and other creatures use it for adhesive, but humans use spit for a completely different reason. Yeah. Some of you know. Rice. We're not trying to fix electronics here, Luap, so rice doesn't work in this situation. That's the joke. The mud, though. The mud question mark? Sure. Well, it's okay. Yeah. Guess what? It's tape again, right? Okay. It's tape again. I used tape to attach it to the armchair, and because the armchair, the arms are shaped exactly like how I drew it here, like this, so I didn't need much tape to stick it on. Especially because this is just completely flat. It has like no texture at all. It's just perfectly glossy and flat. So I didn't need much tape to attach it. So like, yeah, I just so if like top down, I just put tape, like one strip of tape here, and then one strip of tape here, and then one strip of tape here, and then that's it. It's now permanently attached. So I just the tape. Hang on, let's change color. So I put the tape over here to go like this, and then like this as well, and then on the other, yeah, like, and it's just a single strip of tape. Like the single strip of tape goes up like this and around, and then like goes back down and around like this as well. My tape senses were right. Hey, who? Oh my god, who could? Oh my god, who could have guessed? Okay, but yeah. So I did eventually need to retape it at some point. I'd take RJ's story quest over R&R quest, not gonna lie. Yeah, so I needed to retape at some point because it's tape, right? And it's like plastic and like super thin plastic. So eventually so it because it's an armrest, right? And remember remember how I put my legs in like this? Every time I have to readjust in my seat, I can't actually get up and use my legs to lift my butt up to readjust in the seat. I actually have to use my elbows here. I have to push my whole body up with my elbows, like so that I could readjust in my seat. And and there were a couple of times where I accidentally pushed that direction, like pushed outwards. Yeah, pushed outwards instead of just downwards. And what happened was that like this. I'm sure Ali, you're gonna have like you're gonna know the proper terminology for this, like the like whatever tension, whatever lateral tension or whatever. I don't know. Right, like it pulled. So the tape's job is really just to keep pressure, like straight downward pressure, right, so that this thing stays on the armrest. But because I accidentally applied pressure that way a couple of times, then it gave it put pressure, like sideward pressure on the tape. So instead of like just the tape just holding it down, now the tape had to hold me like in place with the couple of times that I accidentally applied pressure that way. So it stretched the tape a little bit. So now, like at some point, the armrests were like, sorry, the cardboard add-ons to my armrests were like this. And it got kind of annoying. So eventually, I just put more tape. I just put some additional tape on, and I put it back into place. Ghetto engineering can get pretty complex. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it does. Like, I mean, it's like definitely nowhere close to like real engineering, right? Where like the civil engineer needs to get in touch with a geologist so that they could study the soil and the bedrock composition, whatever, right? Obviously, like, right, none of that, but there are some very like specific things, like when it comes to ghetto engineering, right? Like this, for example, right? Like this, like there is some very specific. There are some very specific things that you have to get just right. Like, for example, me deciding to completely cover this in tape instead of just taping it together with like 2 or 3 pieces of tape and having the cereal boxes completely exposed to my sweat. Right? So like that's the thing. Right? That's like engineering, right? That is one example of the like really specific use cases that you need to really overthink in order to have a good experience. Fracture point is when the tape will break, not deform. Oh God, here we go. Here's some science dudes talking science. Okay, tape exceeded the elastic limit and reached its fracturing point. It didn't break off though. It just stretched. Yeah, it just stretched. So that's why the tape wasn't holding it in its like right place where it should be. Due to the tension, the tape exceeded the elastic limit and dipped into the plastic range. Yeah, so like I think the term lateral pressure is like appropriate for it. So it's supposed to, yeah, it's like there's, because whenever I apply pressure to this thing, if as long as I apply it downward, then the tape will not have to support my weight ever. The tape's job is just to keep this thing in place. But because I accidentally applied pressure like over there, this like these 2 strips of tape had to lift my whole weight, or at least my upper body's weight, at some point in time, and that's why they stretched. Shear stress, I think that's it. Yeah, shear stress. Yeah, okay, I think that's right. I've heard that term before in like a couple of dictionaries, what the heck. um what why is this word not coming to me? Documentaries, there you go. Jeez, dictionary, what the heck. Documentaries, there you go. And a couple of documentaries, like engineering documentaries. But yes, shear stress. I'm gonna go to bed. Dude, I'm not done with my weeklies. My resin might still cap.
怖いか、それとも恐怖を抱く勇気すらないか、私と打ち合う。少しはまともになってきた。討伐となるがいい。闇来たら破滅の時が。カウントダウン開始だ。いいだろう。私に挑む資格を認めてやる。
I'm also going to bed. It's early 12 here. We will discuss the chair lore next stream. Okay. I think that's all the chair lore and table lore I got. Yeah, I can't think of anything else really. Oops, I didn't. Mouse lore might be fire. Oh, dude. No, man. Okay. So okay. What the heck? Okay, for a split second there, I don't know what happened, but like I felt like my mouse didn't move. Okay. Um. Where do I even start? Okay. The point that I wanted to make, the overall point that I want to make here is that A4 Tech makes, at least in my experience, Luap just says stop. Puts his hand up and says, like, just wants me to stop. I was just going to leave. Don't start the mouse lore. I gotta sleep. It's not like there isn't much lore, really. There really isn't much lore. Well, there's some. Oh, jeez. There is actually some lore. Yes. Yeah. So the most important part of this that I want to make, that I want to point out, is the A4 Tech, at least according to like my experience, makes some of the most durable peripherals, PC peripherals out there. So anyway, why I started with that is like, so ever since I started using my A4 Tech keyboard and my A4 Tech mouse, like, by the way, which both of these came in the same box for $10. $10. 500 Philippine pesos. Okay. Hey, don't worry, Ali. You can always come back to the VOD if you wanna hear about the mouse. Yeah, if you want to hear about the mouse lore. Yeah, if you want to hear about the mouse lore, you can always come back to the VOD. Anyway, take care, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Bye. The Logitech mouse thing. Oh yeah. Like I'm probably gonna talk about the Logitech mouse thing as well. My mouse pad and the cardboard, and surprise, like there's a little tape in there somewhere. There's a little tape in there somewhere, I promise you. And not there's I promise though, like there's not that much tape in the mouse lore. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? You guys just reminded me there is actually there is oh jeez. I still haven't shared with you guys my laptop stand lore. I haven't shared with you guys my laptop stand lore. I made my own laptop stand with cardboard and tape. Just say it's a shoebox. Okay, this was cringe. This is awful. This is god awful. This is not the right enemy for me to be using this team. RJ, stop. I don't think we're ready for all this lore drop. Okay, no. I'm just gonna talk about the mouse lore though. I used to make mic stands from cardboard. Oh, that's not bad. Mic stands. Wait, mic stands, dude. How do you keep it stable? Mics are heavy. Well, it's gotta be. It's probably really good quality cardboard, right? How much are you even spending on tape? Dude. Okay. Earlier I mentioned this. So I think a good reference is Scotch branded tape, right? Because like Scotch is like an international company. They're everywhere, right? So the price of local Filipino brand tape is somewhere along the lines of like 10 or 20% of how much Scotch brand tape, Scotch or 3M branded tape is. So not a lot, honestly. Not a lot. Like ever since me and my wife and my son we lived on our own, I've owned like I think how much I've ever had to spend on tape, like ever, and it's been like what, six? Let me think. 7 or 8 years now. Yeah, I think it's been 7 or 8 years now. I've only ever had to spend somewhere around like a total of maybe 200 or 300 Philippine pesos of worth of tape. It's yeah, it's super cheap. Americans have the same thing as I have, but Americans do it with like duct tape, right? Like duct tape, they just use it for everything. Like me, I use like cheap Filipino tape for everything. Scotch tape is like $3 here. They're selling tape in cents here. You're talking about when you say in tape in cents. Are you talking about local branded tape, Bavish? Yeah, Scotch and 3M branded tape is like stupidly expensive. It's really good quality though. Like quality that I've never seen in local brands. But, it's tape. Right? It's just tape. I don't need to spend that much money on it. So yeah, okay. So ever since when I bought oh yes, that's right. So the reason why I bought this A4 Tech keyboard and mouse combo is I really only needed the keyboard, but like dude, like it was 500 pesos for a mouse and keyboard. Right, like they were literally in the same box. It wasn't even like the mouse was free. No, like they were literally in the same box. Both the mouse and the keyboard were 500 pesos. So I was like, okay, well, whatever. And that was the time when I don't even know what happened, man. Until this day, I'm still really, really disappointed that that happened. Like, so okay, y'all know I have a laptop, right? And I used to stream. Some of you guys might know that I used to play Genshin and stream on my thin and light laptop. It's an Acer Swift 3, and if you look far enough into my my VODs, you guys will see how well the quality of the visual quality of my streams. So the laptop is fine. It still works. Now the only problem is, so this was, when was this? 2015? Yeah. So somewhere between 2013 and 2016. I'm not exactly sure when this was. At some point between those years, my dad's phone, his Samsung something like a phone from the early 2010s got wet. Like he went out in a fishing boat with his buddies, and his phone fell out of his pocket onto the floor of the fishing boat, and like it's this is gonna take too much time if I had to explain what fishing boats here in the Philippines look like. So essentially, just like think about a banana boat. Like if you guys are familiar with that, think about a banana boat but made of wood, and that's it. That's what most fishing boats here in the Philippines are. So his phone fell out of his pocket and into the floor of the fishing boat that they were in. And fishing boats here, like that, almost always have some water on the floor, right? And this was the early 2010s when smartphones having any sort of ingress protection just didn't exist. They did not exist. Any having any sort of IP rating. So some water got in, and it ruined my dad's phone jack. No, sorry, not phone jack. The USB port, right? The micro USB port. And he had it fixed. Yeah, he went and got it fixed, and at some point, it still didn't work. But then, so he took it back to the guy who, well, quote unquote, fixed it, but not really. And the guy just said, okay, well, try buying a new USB cable. He bought a USB cable, didn't work. Bought a USB cable, worked, but stopped working. Bought another USB cable, it didn't work. Instead, it decharged. I don't know if that's a thing. It took away battery from his phone, right? Like, that is the problem with buying local USB cables here in the Philippines. Is just, it's like, it's a gamble. It's like, dude, I did not, before that time, I did not know that it was possible to mess up making something as simple as a USB cable. I did not know that that was ever possible. And somehow, that's a nice cable if you hate someone. Yeah, like somehow. So I tried out, like, and these cables looked nice actually, right? My dad had like a total of three, bought a total of three cables that didn't work, right? And these, like, they looked really nice. They, like, honestly, they looked really nice. The sleeves were high quality. Well, I don't know about high quality, but like they were sturdy. In fact, one was a 2 meter long USB cable, which was braided. Right? It was braided. Like the sleeve was braided. It was really high quality. Now, I tried those out on my phone, and I noticed that the long braided one discharged my phone instead of charging it. Like, for some reason, my phone battery went down instead of up. So, okay, after I tried it out, okay, I realized, okay, so these three are completely useless. Like, two of them, they charge but super slowly, and then this other one is just completely like the Uno reverse. The cables are just wire. What are they even messing up? I know. That is why I'm so confused when I first learned that this, like, is this possible? How in the world do you mess up simple, like, it's wire, it's just wire. How do you mess this up? So, okay, right? And I was like, okay, but look, these cables still look really nice, so I'll probably just keep them. Like, maybe I just got unlucky, right? Like, maybe they do actually work properly, because again, in my mind, there was just no way to mess up something as simple as just plain old wire, right? Plain copper, in my mind. So I just, like, at the time, I just thought, okay, but like, these cables still look really nice. They're really high quality hardware. Right? So, okay, like, I just put them away. Right? I kept them. I put them away. And then fast forward to 20 want to say 2023. I think it was 2023. Maybe 2022. I tried using the long braided cable. I think I must have lost the other two. So I kept the long braided cable because that one looked really nice and it was long. So I tried using it. And what I did was, I wanted to try charging my phone through my laptop. So I plugged I plugged the cable into my phone, and then I plugged the USB-A side of it into my laptop's USB-A port. And then, okay, I was just using my computer. Okay, no problem. And then at some point, I got this. Like, you know how like Windows 10 notifications come up on the bottom right. I got this like notification from the like Windows 10 notification from the bottom right, and it said USB device not recognized. And then that's when I remembered. Oh yeah, that's right. I plugged my phone into the laptop. That's when I remembered that. Okay, and I was like, okay, well, I unplugged it, I plugged it back in, got the notification again, and I was like, huh, what's going on? And at some point, I remembered again. Oh yes, that's right. This cable had something weird going on it. And then, okay, eventually, what happened was later in the day, I had to work. And because at the time, my laptop was still fully functional. Like, I have 3 USB-A ports on the laptop, by the way, right? That was all I needed. So one for the headset, one for the mouse, and what was the third one for? Let me think. Headset, mouse. Oh yeah, actually that's it. Yeah, that's it. Right, oh, the webcam. Shoot. Yeah, the webcam. And it was just perfect. I had 3 USB-A ports, and I only needed 3 USB-A devices. Right? So the webcam, the mouse, and my headset. Okay, that's fine. Right? When it came, I'm learning things I didn't even thought were possible about cable. Yeah, I know, right? It was mind blowing. Even to this day, I still am just like blown away by how it is somehow possible to mess up a simple charging cable. And to this day, because of that experience, I am like, when I at some point in the future, I am probably gonna have to worry about buying a new USB cable for like my phone charger and stuff. And I'm really worried about where I'm gonna buy one. So now, granted, my dad bought those cables like here locally, like from one of these like shops that sell like a bunch of stuff, like phone cases, screen protectors, USB cables, yada yada, whatever, like lots of other stuff. And there's like literally on the sidewalks, right? That's where my dad bought them. I don't know exactly where, but from that kind of store. Right, and I'm really worried that at some point in the future, I'm gonna have to think about buying a new USB cable in case I need one, in case I need a new one, and I don't know where I'm gonna buy one. That's right. That's not gonna destroy one of my computing devices. The cable left you like that Korean lady boy left my friend drained and confused. Okay. Okay, right? So anyway, when it came time to work, I plugged my things in as usual, right? I plugged my things in, like my mouse into a specific USB port, the USB port that I always plug it into. There, I think, yeah, 2 of the 3 are USB 3.0, maybe higher, I don't know. And then one of them is USB 2.0. So my mouse, definitely not a lot of data traffic in there, so my mouse always went into the USB 2.0. And my webcam, obviously there's video footage, and obviously the other one is my headset, so audio data needed higher bandwidth, probably. Probably needed higher bandwidth than 2.0, but although I'm pretty sure USB 2.0 is perfectly fine for it. But I still plugged it in, right? Like, I had a specific port for each of my devices. So that, yeah, right? So I plugged everything into where they usually went into, and then I noticed my webcam wasn't working. And so like when I went into the room, I okay. I was like, oh, why isn't my webcam working? I unplugged okay. I told my student at the time, could you excuse me for a moment, please? I muted my microphone, unplugged, reconnected my webcam. Didn't work. And I was like, what's going on? And then while I had the student's permission to be excused, I just muted my microphone, I turned my webcam off, etc. And I tried switching my headset and my webcam. And I was like, okay, oh, the webcam works. Okay, well, I wonder what's going on. So I realized, is there something wrong with the port? Before I went back to the student, before I went back to work, I tested out my microphone, and it wasn't working. At that point, I realized, is the port broken? And then I remembered, hey, I remember that thing happened earlier today with the USB cable. And to this day, that USB-A port on the laptop does not work. And not just that, right? Everything else on the laptop on that day was still working. Within the next several weeks, right? Within the next 1, 2, 3, 4 months, I started to notice the shift key, the left shift key on my laptop started to hiccup. And by that I mean, like, very often it was mispressing. Like, even though I was sure I pressed it, like, for some reason, like the some of the letters weren't in uppercase. The letters that I, meant to type in uppercase. And as well as the number 1 key, not the numpad. This laptop doesn't have a numpad because it's a 13, 14 inch. It's a small one. So the number 1 key was also not always pressing. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I need to press harder. Okay, I did that. And at some point, it slowly got worse and worse and worse until at some point, now they just don't work. Now the number 1 key doesn't work and the left shift key doesn't work. And I think, I'm not sure what else. I think there's one more key that doesn't work. I'm not sure which one though. But yeah, because of that stupid USB cable, when that happened, like as soon as I was finally like convinced that the left shift key on my laptop wasn't working and the number 1 key wasn't working, and that one of the USB 3 A ports was broken because of the keyboard, because of the cable, dude, I did not throw away the cable. I didn't throw it away, but what I did was I took a pair of scissors, I cut off the stupid ports, I cut off the tips. And why I still kept the cable is because the cable itself is really high quality and it's 2 meters long. So I thought, hey, this is some good quality rope. I was really mad at, like, just stupid. Somehow someone messed up making a simple USB cable. So yeah, cutting off the USB-A and like the both ports, both ends, was just to make sure that I'd never make that same mistake again. Like thinking that, oh, maybe this is actually usable. No, like that I would absolutely never make that mistake again. I kept the USB, the cable, the wire itself, threw away the ports, the tips, right? Like the USB-A side and the the micro USB side. Threw them away immediately after that. And now I just have myself really high quality, really strong rope. And in fact, I actually used it for a long time. I used it to my box fan. Now this isn't quote unquote my box fan. I didn't buy this. This was, my mom bought it for my brother in my mom and dad's place from like a while, like quite a while back, until at some point my mom brought it over to her store, the store that she was renting to for an actual store, until she stopped using the store and decided to give the place to us, not the store itself, not the like whatever, but like just the place. And then we lived there, and then like we got to use like all the stuff that my mom brought over, including the AC, which I still use today. The fan, the box fan, which I still use today every day. And at some point, like some of the like one of the screws got loose, like the screws that keep it tight. You know, like if I want to adjust like it like what angle it's tilted at some point that became loose, and I just didn't want to bother opening it up and whatever to tighten up the screw. So I just used the wire. I just used the wire to tie it into the stand of the box fan, to keep the box fan at the exact angle that I needed it to be. Bro made a USB cable into cloth hanging rope, and now to this day I still have the wire. It's like I don't see it as wire anymore. I just see it as a really strong rope. That's that I still have it. I just put it away somewhere. Uh, should have named stream tech support horror stories. uh, okay. I'm. Hang on. How did I get here? From it was supposed to be mouse lore. So, I was going to say that I bought a USB hub. Yeah, like a USB hub. And anyway, so yeah, like the reason why I bought myself a USB hub was because I needed three USB ports. I needed three USB ports for the webcam, the shoot. Yes, the webcam, the headset, and the mouse. And at some point, well, the laptop keyboard was somewhat broken. I couldn't use it. Like no left shift key, oh, yes, that's right. The letter A key, I believe. Oh no, the S key. The letter S key is also broken. Right, letter S key. Number 1, letter S, and the left shift key are all broken. They don't work. So at some at some point I needed a fourth USB device, which was a keyboard, because like apparently my laptop keyboard didn't work anymore. So yeah, so at that point I needed 4 USB ports. So I was like, okay, well I bought myself like a nice cheap but decent quality USB hub. RJ said this story is gonna be short. No, I did not say it was gonna be short. I just said no. What's the word I'm looking for? I said the part that was the most important to me, which was that A4 Tech makes some of the sturdiest, like some of the most durable tech peripherals out there, like in my experience. Because ever since, I back then I only used the keyboard of the set that I bought, because I didn't need the mouse. I already had a mouse at the time. I had my old Dragon War. Yes, I had my old Dragon War like $10 mouse that I bought in Manila, which I loved, by the way. It was my favorite mouse. Like it's the favorite, like it's my most favorite mouse that I've ever owned. So number 1 was I don't know, like the sensitivity itself was just like I loved it. It was perfect for me. I got so used to it, and because it was big, I did not need this like makeshift mouse pad thing that I made for myself. because the mouse was so big, it was just naturally ergonomic for my wrist. My wrist never ever hurt because my wrist was always at a neutral position because of the size of the mouse. And at some point, that mouse died, so obviously I had to get a new one. And the new mouse that I bought for myself was the Logitech G102 Prodigy. I bought it at Octagon. Octagon is like a local Philippine like tech distributor franchise. At this rate, RJ is doing Genshin. Stream is gonna end after like 10 hours. Finally entered the boss domain from the character selector and after 30 minutes. Nice progress. Yeah, of course, sure. I gotta go now. We're in the keyboard lore. See ya. So yeah, and when I switched over to the Logitech mouse, the Logitech mouse was, in my opinion, at least for me, was the highest was the best, not my favorite, was the best mouse I've ever owned in terms of just like tracking and like accuracy, tracking accuracy. And I really liked the side buttons. I really liked the side buttons. I mapped out the side buttons to, so the side buttons were I think by default forward and backward, like on a browser, forward and backward. Oops. And I mapped it out to scroll down and scroll up. Jeez, okay. I just hate this boss, man. Arlecchino is like one of the worst characters you could use against it to fight this boss. Because like sometimes when you normal attack with her, if you're just hitting it at the right angle, you just blast off into space like Team Rocket. Yeah, okay. So since the Logitech mouse, the Logitech mouse wasn't my favorite because it was small, and because it was small, within like 4 days of using it, my wrist started to hurt, and then I realized I was I paid attention. I was paying real close attention to what my normal position was, my hand slash wrist position, eventually came into while using the mouse, and I noticed my wrist was like a little like it was weird. It was at a weird angle. So at some point, I spent some time thinking about like, okay, how can I force my wrist into a more neutral position? And then at some point, I came up with the thought that I came up with that I needed to tilt. I needed to be using the mouse and tilted forward to the right. And so what I came up with was, obviously the mouse sensor had to have full contact with my mouse pad. And okay, so obviously I couldn't just tilt the mouse, right? So what I had to do, was I had to take my mouse pad, and I took a bunch of cardboard, like the cardboard piece, like small cardboard pieces that I keep. I had to take a bunch of those, like though I had to pick the ones that were just the right size, as my mouse pad, and I cut them up into different layers. Hey, Psalm is gonna be back soon. Yep. Dude, Bavesh, you are... Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Okay, anyway. So, my mouse pad, right? So, my mouse pad is like smallish. It's like an average sized mouse pad. Okay, so that's my mouse pad. And now, so I had to cut the pieces of cardboard into about the same size as my mouse pad. And I was like, okay, so how do I angle this so that my hand so that the shape of this will force my hand to be tilted forward and to the right. And so I was like, okay, well, how about if one of the pieces of cardboard will be this exact shape, the exact shape and size of my mouse pad, and then as I go down in layers, I will cut them smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, like for example, the layer 1, this is layer 1. This is the one that's touching the table. And then there's also one layer that is the same, another layer that is the exact same size and shape, that is touching the mouse pad itself. And then in between this sandwich will be different layers. So one will be like this. Hang on. Where? How did I cut it again? Okay, yes. So one was I cut a piece like this off, and then the next layer I cut a piece like up to here, up to here, up to here, up to here, and then eventually like up to here. And then because like all the different layers were like smaller than each other, like at this specific angle, like going MS Paint is back again. So right, because I cut it so specifically like this, I then eventually, like, I succeeded in forcing my wrist to be tilted forward and to the right. And to this day, I still use this thing. And obviously, how do I put all this cardboard together? You guys can guess. It's the tape again. Yes, of course, it's the tape. It's always the tape. Yeah. So to this day, I still use this same exact thing. It is like jank. It's like one of the ugliest things on my desk. But I love it because it saved me from carpal tunnel. Like it's like I can guarantee you it has saved me from carpal tunnel. So I guess I could draw like my thing at different angles. So like so if I look at it from the right, the thing itself looks like, oh man, I don't think I can draw it. Like I don't think I could draw it in a 2D image. Why not just buy a bigger mouse? Yeah, like the problem with the mouse is like it isn't just about the size, right? Like there's like many things to consider, right? So number one, there's the sensor, right? How accurate is the sensor? How durable is it? Like how long is it gonna last? And I wanted to have the side buttons because my old like the mouse before the Logitech mouse had side buttons. The side buttons, like the Dragon War mouse that I had, it had side buttons, and like which I also mapped out to scroll down and scroll up. Hang on, I need to check what I need on this account, like what resin stuff I need on this account. Oh, okay. I guess this boss. And all of this 5-minute craft. 5-minute crafts. Yeah, 5-minute crafts and 2-hour yaps. There you go. If 5-minute crafts hired me, they would have had to make an entirely new channel for me called 2-hour yap. No, 3-hour yap. Okay. So yep, that is my mouse lore. Anyway, oh yes, no, there is actually still more to the mouse lore. I had quite a bit of an adventure with my Logitech mouse, and this was one of the several reasons why the Logitech G102 Prodigy was what I considered to be my quote-unquote best mouse, but not my favorite mouse. So I think like the only thing that made that mouse into my quote unquote best mouse was just the fact that it had it had a super like accurate, like it had the most accurate sensor I out of all the mice I've ever owned my whole life. Okay, and that is it. I need no more resin stuff on this account. I wonder if your son enters the room and he just wonders what even happened here. Oh yeah, no, like he sees it every day. So to him, it is a perfectly normal thing. And like one of these days, I have thought about this before. I have actually thought about this before. I'm pretty sure one of these days my son is gonna have, like, he's a kid, right? Like he has lots of friends. But like nowadays, like kid friends are more like just playmates, right? And one of these days he is actually going to have like an actual friend that he's gonna hang out with, and he's gonna like, right, he's actually gonna hang out with, and he's gonna like go over to their houses and like hang out with them. So he's probably gonna see like either his friend's like PC setup or his friend's dad's PC setup, or maybe uncle, I don't know, uncle's PC setups, and he's gonna see like how nice and clean it is, right? Like how everything, like there's nothing on their desk that they themselves made, and there's nothing that is being taped to the desk, there's nothing being taped to the chair, and that they have an actual like office chair. What else, and yep. There's nothing on their desk that is taped together. I have thought about that before. I've thought about that several times, and I'm pretty sure it is gonna happen one of these days. And my son is just going to think that that seems weird because he sees my setup, and this is the setup that he sees all the time. And to him, this is normal. Okay, I gotta go back to the second account. I didn't finish up with the second account just yet. One of these days, my son will have to explain what's wrong with his father. No, I mean, that, like, dude, that's the thing though, is because he does not see anything wrong with me or my wife. Like, and he sees everything we do as like perfectly normal. We are the norm. And anything that's not that, and I think I'm pretty sure all kids do that. I'm pretty sure all kids do that, especially kids, the kind of kids that hardly ever go out and see other people's parents and households. I'm pretty sure that's a normal thing. But yeah, like, to my son, everything me and my wife do is what is normal. Actually, I'm just joking. Yep, yeah. I mean, okay, so yeah, mouse, my Logitech mouse. To this day, I'm still really confused. What the heck happened to that thing? So, okay, I bought the Logitech mouse, right? And like it was just like I could feel the high quality of it, honestly. Oh, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I Bennett burst? That was a mistake. Bennett burst should have come here. Okay, still worked out in the end. Unfortunately, Yelan doesn't have full energy, but hey, whatever. I didn't have to deal with the cringe phase 2 of this boss that had awesome music, but is a cringe fight. Okay, what do I need on this account? Resin stuff. Okay. So apparently I need a couple of runs. Or this thing. I just finally playing Genshin. Okay, so now hang on. What did I notice first? Oh yes. So there was the scroll wheel. The scroll wheel on my Logitech mouse. For some reason, I started to notice like it was like getting harder to like, roll the scroll wheel. It was getting harder to scroll. And at first I didn't pay attention. I just kind of thought like, okay, maybe it's dusty or whatever, because I know that my room is really dusty, and I know that like my like I'm an oily guy. Like my face is oily, my neck, my like body, humidity, whatever, right? Like, you know, tropical country problems, right? Tropical country problems, tropical weather problems. Hang on. 3. Okay, great. So, okay, I thought, okay, well, I'll try to clean it up. And then, okay, I tried to clean it up at first, and then it got slightly better, and then I thought, okay, maybe it's just my imagination. I kind of thought, like, it feels like it's still a little tighter than it was when it was brand new. And then I kept using it, and then at some point, I noticed the scroll wheel was like completely like, how do I describe this? The whole, you know, like so obviously a mouse needs to have a hole on top for where the scroll wheel goes in, right? And I noticed that for some reason, and I was like, when I saw it for the first time, when I finally noticed it for the first time, I was quite certain of it that the hole where the mouse wheel was supposed to be seemed a lot smaller than I remember it to be. And I noticed, like, when I scrolled, okay, and I tried scrolling a couple of times, and I paid attention to like the scroll wheel, and I noticed, oh, it's hitting the sides of the hole. That's why it feels really hard to scroll up and down. I don't remember a lot of the other steps that I did back then in between, but at some point I eventually decided to open it up, the mouse itself, to try to figure out a way to fix it. And okay, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. The solution that I came up with was to make the scroll wheel smaller. Shut up and play, you greasy. Yeah, right. So like, and so, the way that scroll wheel was designed, and I think the way that most mice scroll wheels are designed, not all of it, but most, but a lot, are that there's like the main like plastic body, which is attached to the I don't even know how to describe this part, but whatever, right? Like there's like the main plastic body, and then like the outer part of it. So it's like designed like a tire, like a car wheel, where there's like a plastic hub. Like there's like a plastic rim inside, and then there's like rubber outside. Right, and the rubber is supposed to make it so that it's easier for your finger to like to grab onto when you scroll up and down. And so that's what the mouse scroll wheel was like on that mouse. And I noticed that the rubber part of it was like, how do I explain this? It expanded. Yeah, it felt like it was like much bigger than what it was when I bought it. It expanded, and that's why like the rubber was catching on the sides of the hole for the scroll wheel. So the solution I came up with was I was gonna shave off a couple of millimeters off of the tire, so to speak. I used I used a box cutter. I used the box cutter to very slowly. Why not make the hole bigger? Because the hole. Okay, so obviously the hole inside a mouse for the scroll wheel is literally right on top, which means it's between the left and mouse buttons. And I couldn't cut a hole in plastic, but I could cut up rubber. Right? I could cut up soft rubber. So I did my best to take slices off of the scroll wheel like rubber part, right? To slice off tiny pieces of it, so that like I could very gradually make it smaller and smaller. And so I did it with like, I'm okay, someone who actually has steady hands and is actually decent at any sort of like handicraft, like, and saw the work I did, would have immediately seen it, and then like went like who did this? A 5-year-old? Like, cause like I'm like, I don't know, like I just don't have the hands to do like fine work, like anything that needs accuracy and consistency like that. Anything related to art, anything related to cutting something up consistently, just like how I did with my my Logitech mouse's the rubber part of the scroll wheel of my Logitech mouse. Like it just doesn't work. My hands and my brain just don't work like that. So anyway, I successfully cut it up, and I tried putting that together, and I was like, oh wow, it really did fix the problem. That really was the reason why it's getting hard. It was getting harder to scroll up and down on this mouse. And so I had a Logitech mouse, like very my best quality, my best mouse so far, but also one of my ugliest mice because of that stupid scroll wheel. Okay, and get this. Here's the funny part. After my first few minutes of shaving pieces of it off, it went fine. But when I put it back together, there was a part of it that was snagging a little bit on the side of the hole. So what I did was I opened it back up again, and I shaved off a couple more pieces, and at some point I made a mistake and I went a little too deep with the box cutter. They'll be like, you used the cutter for this, right? Why does it look like that? Exactly. That is exactly what they would say. Okay. Well, yeah. Anyway, so right. So I cut in a little too deep into the rubber, and it went all the way through. And it also just completely took off that part. And it was a little too deep. And now there was just this hole. Like, imagine a car tire, but then there's just a giant hole in the middle. And that was essentially what happened. And now, honestly, I don't think that would have been a problem. If not for this weird thing that I don't know is a normal thing for mice, but okay, so after I accidentally put a hole all the way through the rubber part of the scroll wheel of my old Logitech mouse, okay, I tried scrolling a few times, and I tried scrolling a few times, and I was like, okay, well, it seems fine, right? And then at some point I noticed hey, why is my finger sticky? What the heck? And then at some point I noticed, I looked into the hole, and I noticed I don't know what it was. It felt like grease. But the problem was, the grease was nowhere near the part of the scroll wheel that touched the inside of the mouse. The part that actually dealt with any sort of friction. This greasy substance was just again, imagine a car wheel, right? This greasy substance was just between the rim and the tire. And I was so confused what this thing was. And so at some point I considered just completely removing the rubber part of the scroll wheel. And then I kind of thought, oh wait, but what is this greasy thing? What if this is actually important to the mouse wheel itself? And then, okay, maybe I don't want to get rid of it. So okay, eventually what I ultimately decided was to use super glue to glue that strip of rubber that I accidentally cut too deep, that I accidentally cut too much of, and to super glue it back on. So eventually my scroll wheel just had this spot where there was it was soft rubber, and then super glue. Account review. RJ is still struggling to do his daily for 3 hours. He will do account reviews in 2 to 3 business days. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that, Babish. Anyway, sorry, Brute. I'm not doing account reviews today. I've spent a lot of my time today just yapping and just some RJ lore, essentially. Some RJ lore. I want to get an opinion on my Farina and Nivellette builds. Okay, sure. I guess maybe I'll take a quick peek, Brute. I'll take a quick peek. Just drop your UID then. Eight. So this is Asia. Asia is 8, right? I keep forgetting. Also, how did you type the number? Without any like hyphens or whatever. How'd you do that? YouTube typically blocks stuff like that. Okay, that's very surprising. What was it? Farina and Nivelette. Farina. Okay. Fav. Farina. Oh, C1. Nice. Nice. Are you, do you ever plan to go for C2, Farina, Brute? Because I feel like you should. I feel like you should. But I don't know if you're saving up for someone else though. C2, I don't think you need to go for C2 Farina, but like getting C2 Farina would just be nice if you just so happen to find yourself in a Farina rerun and you just so happen to have enough primos for it and you're not saving it for someone soonish. Yeah, I think Farina C2 is good. Especially for Nivelette. Same for C0R1 Mawika. Because I have Sitlali just laying around. Oh, okay. I think that is definitely more worth it. Yeah. I think that is definitely more worth it. Okay, well, you clearly know what you're doing. Looking at your ratios. ER. What? Honestly, I don't know about Farina's ER requirements. Like Farina's ER requirements vary so much depending on what team she's in. Your showcase thing, is just Kazuha, Xilonen, Farina, Nivelette, and so I'm assuming that you constantly use this Nivelette premium team. And if that's right, honestly, I don't know if 161 ER is enough. Has it been enough for you so far? I have 2 Fav users, so I can burst every. Wait, 2? Oh, you're Xilonen. Okay, your Xilonen is also on Fav. I see. Okay, that's fine. I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess. Nothing more I can say. You know what you're doing, man. This is an endgame viable F2P-ish build. So I say F2P-ish because you have C1 both of them. So F2P-ish. C1 on both of them, but no signature weapons. Like Nivellette's on Widsith. Yeah. But it's I can see. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You yourself probably already know how good or bad or like how good or bad your build is. I don't think I need to say more. I think that's all I need to say. You know what you're doing. 稲妻の水は深みがあり、スメールの水は複雑で、じっくりと舌で味わう必要があるのだ。Okay, let me just make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Honestly, before I started this stream, I was actually planning on doing Imaginary Theater this stream, but because I yapped a little bit too much, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do Imaginarium, so I'm gonna remove this stream from my Imaginarium Theater. What's it called? Playlist. There you go. Maybe the HP Goblet better than Hydro for damage. Oh, okay, that's a good question. That's a good question. Well, okay. Good question, but something that I won't be able to answer because obviously I don't know what your Hydro, if you have one, what your Hydro Goblet looks like. Where's the lore playlist? Oh, dude, if I think it would be great if I'd made lore playlist a lore playlist. Like I could just like after the stream I could just go back into the VOD and look for the lore stuff, the RJ lore, sorry, the RJ lore, and then just like record that part of the stream, that part of the VOD, and then just upload them into their own like separate videos, and then put all of that into an RJ lore, an RJ lore playlist. Post them as a highlight. Exactly, yeah. Just need 40k HP on roulette, so if you can reach it without the HP goblet, yeah, Hydro better. Okay. So yeah, Bavish makes a good point. So honestly, I don't know like the most perfect ratios for Nivelette. But what I do know is 40k seems to be like a magic number for total HP on Nivelette. So if you cannot get anywhere close to 40k, like if you're if you're on a Hydro Goblet and your Hydro Goblet makes it so that you're only somewhere around 35k HP. So let's say for example you have both a Hydro Goblet and an HP Goblet that are exactly the same substats. If when you switch to the Hydro Goblet, your HP is below 35k, or like far from 30, yeah, far, like so far from 40k, right? So somewhere around 35k or below HP with the Hydro Goblet, then I would recommend going with the HP Goblet instead, because remember, your Farina already gives you a lot of damage percent, right? Not to mention Kazuha gives you damage percent. Xilonen gives you damage percent. Sorry, not Xilonen. 4-piece Cinder City. 4-piece Cinder City gives you damage percent, right? And Farina gives you up to 75 damage percent, right? So at that point, at some point you're gonna reach the point of diminishing returns on damage percent. So at that point, especially because you don't have Farina C2, right? Like remember Farina C2. Farina C2 gives like the whole it increases the whole team's HP and stuff, right? So yeah, like you don't have a way to increase your Nivelite HP, so you might as well increase it by just going with the HP Goblet. So yeah, I would like if your Hydro Goblet is almost exactly the same as this HP Goblet, I would just recommend sticking to this HP Goblet. Oh yes, not to mention you're on Widsith, right? And remember, one of the 3 buffs on Widsith is just a lot of damage percent. The other buff was attack, I believe, attack in the EM, and the buff that Widsith can give you, the 1 out of 3 buffs that Nivelette actually cares about is the damage percent buff, right? So that's another that's another set of damage percent buffs. Right, Farina, you got Farina, you got 4-piece Cinder City, you got Kazuha passive, and you have Widsith as well, giving you damage percent. So at some point, yeah, at that point, just stick to HP. But always send me the files. Oh man, Mr. Day, yeah, that's right. I remember you mentioned this before. Yeah, you have mentioned this before. Oh wait, no. Okay. So if I were to do this, Mr. J, I wouldn't be able to send it to you directly on Discord because I don't have Nitro, and there's like a 10 megabyte limit per file transfer. So if it, like essentially what I'm gonna have to do is just put it on like Google Drive or something, and then just share it with you. Share a link with you. Share the link with you to it on Google Drive. And then once you download it, I delete it from my Google Drive or whatever. Or that, yeah, right. Like, but then of course, obviously at that point you are doing work, so I have to. So at that point now I have to, like, make it worth your while. Right, especially because it is gonna benefit me greatly. Like, it's like, okay, I don't know how. I'm not saying that RJ lore videos equals like big dollar views, right? It's not gonna. It's not gonna translate to like tens of thousands of views instantly, obviously. But if it does, right? Like, let's say if it does, like, give me enough views so that I actually, like, so now with the little ad revenue that I get from like VODs and streams, etc., right? Because I hardly there's just hardly any ad revenue. Uh, on average, I've gotten about $100 payout from YouTube about once a year. And if that, say for example, just a random figure, right? Say for example, this $100 a year goes up to $100 every 6 months, right? Let's say that happens. At that point, it's still not profitable enough for me. Like, I would still be at a loss, like YouTube wise. I would still be at a loss because, like, you know, taking into account the electricity, how much electricity I'm spending streaming, right? Even at $200 a year, that's still not enough for like how much electricity like at all costs. So I'm still like net negative. So like, and at that point, I would have to be like, if I were to like say pay you like in cash, you know, like whatever. I don't even know like how I'm gonna do it, right? So let's say in cash. Like, if I can't think of like some other way to like make it up to you, I would be essentially having to pay you out of pocket because the videos themselves, my streaming, etc., it's not making enough money to actually earn even you. Like, not I don't even care if I like about myself, right? Like, I just have to like get the guy who's actually doing work on it to get to, you know, to get paid. Let me mess with it first. Don't worry about the rest. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But like, if it does turn out that it's doable, I guess we'll work something out. We'll try. Right, and you know, the like one really nice thing that I'm really happy about the fact that I live in such a small, slow pace of life city is because the living expenses are so cheap compared to how much someone who is making a living online is earning. So like the yeah, like living expenses in my city. Like, dude, if only my city had a bunch of what's it called? Had tourist destinations nearby. I think this city is a prime city for foreigners to retire to retire in, because like the yeah, the living expenses here, like one of the reasons why a lot of Westerners come to the Philippines to retire is because like, so Filipinos in general, like, right, like it's like, well, obviously especially the women are very like they've got household stuff down, right? Like they've got household stuff down. Like this, it's just in their bones. On top of that, the living expenses are just so low in most of the country. Not all parts of the country, but in most of the country. Even in some of the most expensive parts of the country, right? Like someone living off of living off of a military pension, right? Like U.S. military pension, like is gonna live like the rich life over here. I've been farming for 2 months, and my Nivelet peaks at 110k per CA, but no build surpasses that damage per tick. So Brute, is that with your current build, with your HP Goblet here? Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep now. It's like 2 a.m. here. I did say I do this for fun. Well, you did say that. Yeah, you did say that. But like, hey, if it works out, if it works out well, and I can actually pay you for it, like, please just let me pay you for it, or like, I don't know, make it up to you somehow. I mean, I don't know, like you probably won't say no to that, obviously, right? Like, who's gonna say no to that? But hey, like, if it turns out well, then hey, great. You know what? I'm overthinking it. I think what I should do is just shut up, just give it a try. I think that's yeah. You're probably thinking that, dude. Why? When will you ever shut up? Like, that's what you're probably thinking right now. When will you ever shut up? Just shut up and give it a try, dude. All right, right, yeah, and once I can move my lazy butt, I'll probably give it a try. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. All right. Well, I removed this from my Imaginary Theater playlist. Yes, I have. Okay. All right. Nothing else left to do. Well, there is Imaginary Theater on my third account. And oh wait, what day? Oh shoot. Okay. So tomorrow is actually the final day that I could do Imaginary Theater on my third account. If I don't do it on stream, then if I can't stream tomorrow, then I'm gonna have to do it. Just do it off stream. Jeez. You know what you need, RJ? What? Some good night's sleep. Hey! Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. How about moving you left, though? Moving me left? What? Oh, legs. Oh, okay. Moving your legs. I'm okay. I'm sort of moving them right now. All right. Well, anyway, I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't think I should zoom into this. I think I should just enjoy the majestic view of this, because if I do the zoom in thing, hang on, does it work? No, it's not looking at her face, and I don't think I can make it look at her face because like she's sat down, so she's like super low. Okay, well anyway, I think we're gonna end it there for today. So anyways, so for those of you who need help building your characters accounts or making a decision in which Spanish to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, everyone. Thank you all for bearing with all the RJ lore today. And not like and hardly seeing Genshin footage. Oh geez, 4.5 hour stream, of which probably 45 minutes only are actual Genshin gameplay footage. Yep, with RJ, essentially, yeah. Good night. All right. Good night, everyone. Take care. Bye.